it's not going to show up just yet. Probably. All right, says we are live. All right, welcome everyone. This is going to be our 2020 NFL Draft live stream. Joining me is 2016 AFL champion Guy Kohnke, also the 2019 Best of the Rest winner. And also joining us today is first. Also joining us is first year owner taking over for formerly the random heroes is the Dead Lights Gaming owner. We call him Mr. Monitor, Tony Mize. Welcome Tony, welcome Guy. So we got about 28 minutes here before the thing's going to start. So I guess we can talk about whatever we want. Bold predictions. J.K. Dobbins, number one overall pick, traded up from Miami to Cincinnati, and that's my prediction. I like it. I support it. So Tony, I'm gonna have you quick check and see if you can hear. So you guys, we're good. All right, awesome. Well, everyone that watched the preview last Saturday with Guy and myself. Mark, by the way, was going to join us, was unable to today. Unfortunately, but he says if we're able to do this tomorrow, he would join then. But we had some technical difficulties, and I think we maybe got them figured out. So thankfully. So we'll be here with you for the next three and a half hours probably. So some trading took place over the last few days. For once it wasn't you. Surprisingly. So we'll get everyone up to speed here. So we had five trades took place. Two took place on what day was it? Was it Wednesday? Tuesday. The first one was. Nope, actually, I take that back. We go back to Tuesday. The first trade was Tuesday, and it was myself trading tight end Rob Gronkowski, along with a 2020 third round pick, and a 2021 fourth round pick to Jordan tight end Hayden Hurst, a 2020 second round pick, and a 2021 third round pick. And then after that, we had Jordan turn around and make a trade with Efren. Efren traded wide receiver Mike Evans along with his 2020 fifth round pick and a 2021 fifth round pick to Jordan for wide receiver Devontae Parker, a 2020 third round pick, and a 2021 first round pick. I mean all the trades I'm going to mention that was by far the biggest deal. Guy would definitely agree with that. Tony would as well. Just because of that first round pick Efren's gonna have now. That gives him two first round pick next year. Which means we have three owners. I'm sorry. That are gonna have three first round picks next year. Ross, Efren, as of right now, Mark. Of course, that could change. Yeah. But it also could maybe you might be able to make an offer to them. They might also be more willing to give one of those up for a player to allow you to get back into the first, or to get a second first round pick, or anyone really. And then the other deals we had these were a lot of Jordans, by the way. So we had Rich made a trade with Will, and Rich traded Teddy Bridgewater, and a 2020 13th round pick. To Will for a 2020 fourth round pick. And then after that we had Rich trade also with Will, and he traded tight end Jared Cook, along with a 2020 third round pick, 13th round pick. The other 13th round pick he had to Will for wide receiver Rashad Perriman, and a 2020 12th round pick. Now the emphasis on this is Rich was very happy because in four deals he was able to trade out of 14th round which was with Tony, and he was able to trade out of the 13th round. He was very happy. He doesn't have a pick in the 13th or 14th round. Little side note there. And then finally we had a deal go down last night at 11. Jordan traded me wide receiver Golden Tate along with a 11th round pick for wide receiver D.D. Westbrook and a 2020 10th round pick. So as of right now, I don't know if there'll be any trades going down which that would be so awesome to have an actual trade take place during our presentation. Guy, where'd you go? No. You disappeared. Also, do one of you guys have your speakers on, or are you listening through your headphones? Yes, it gives an echo. I just said Jimmy is watching this live right now. Hi, Jimmy. Along with anyone else watching. I'm actually going to send this out to everyone in our league, and hopefully other people will join us. Just one second here. But yeah, I noticed that myself. But I really noticed it last week with when Tony and I did a trial run on all this stuff, and he had his speakers on. So sorry anyone who's watching this right now. We're trying to get a lot of bugs hammered out. We also apologize if you are unable to see Guy right now. Oh. Oh, I'm actually the one doing the echo. I just threw it on right now. All right, hey Tony. You said you could hear you, right? Why is there an echo? All right. Say something, Tony or Guy.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Am I echoing?
I gotta throw the live feed on.
Am I echoing?
You are not echoing on my end anyway.
I can hear both of you. Guy, I still hear you. You have your speaker still on?
Yes.
That's why. Are you able to put it into a headset?
I gotta see if I can find them.
Yeah, I can hear. I'm watching the broadcast right now. Jimmy's saying he can't hear you guys, but I can. Oh, he's saying he can hear you guys now.
Oh, you can hear me, Jimmy? How you doing, Jimmy?
Yeah, and the echo is gone as well. Which I'm not a big fan. I'm not a big
Good.
fan of echo. I think Tony knows that. He's not a big fan of echo either.
I'm not either.
So, all right. He says he can hear all three of us. So we got 18 minutes to this thing starts. Trying to think of what else to talk about. So obviously, Joe Burrow is pretty much guaranteed going number one overall. Obviously to Cincinnati. Miami has been trying, I guess, all day to get moved up. Cincinnati is committed 100% to Joe Burrow. It sounds like.
And I don't see Washington trading down
No,
either. They're gonna take Chase Young.
So really, the draft starts at 3, and no one knows. Honestly, it's Detroit sounds like really wants out of 3.
That's what I've heard too.
I've heard New York wanting to move.
If Washington takes Tua.
Yeah, they're not going to do that.
I don't know if Washington would take
I've
Tua.
actually heard Tua going.
I would like that because then Dwayne Haskins is not the starter anymore.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all, actually. That'd be horrible.
Well, I know you don't.
I know you are, but what am I? Geez, guy, I wish you were still visible. Just so you know, because
how about I'm going to close out of my Skype.
Okay.
And can you invite me back in like 5 minutes?
Sure.
Okay, let me try and see if I can get everything figured out here.
This
then.
is why I think we're starting early, so we're getting all the bugs out here. Jimmy,
Good idea.
Jimmy, just so you know, I know you made a comment to me on here about the orange line with Tony. That's because he's using a really old camera, and I'll let him tell the story about the camera.
Well, the camera's old as dirt. I ordered a new one. It's on back order. It was supposed to be here by then. It's not. So I get $100 webcam for free because it didn't ship today. So
round of applause for Tony.
In future streams, I will have a better camera. This is just a makeshift one for now.
He's actually going to have the same camera as I do. So if you like how I come through, you're going to like how he comes through. He won't look as pretty as I do, but personal opinion, I guess.
Yeah.
You have quite the collection behind you there. I see a bunch of cartoon characters.
What?
Yeah, you have
Bozo
the clown in the corner.
That's Pennywise and Vi, Kurame, and Sinan. If you're into the whole anime thing, yeah, I'm a nerd.
So we all are. We all are.
Yeah, I know.
You can't. I wish you could see me, Tony. Well, you can see it on the broadcast.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get on that right now. I don't want to see you.
You can see what's around.
I don't know why I can't see you.
It's something with on my end. I don't know. I'll have to figure that out. But it's not as important because the people can see me. I mean, you guys, as long as you guys can hear me, that's what's important. It's more important that I'm seen on the video than I am in your living room, Tony.
Right. I don't need you in my living room.
Although I've been there.
Hey. Shh.
I'll tell you this. I'm getting excited for this draft. I really am. I'm excited for our draft. I'm actually more excited for our draft than I am, I think, this draft. But I just want everyone to, obviously, watching this, be safe. Do the social distancing right now. Let's get rid of this COVID-19 so we can bring back normal life. So
Normal
life. So we can actually fill stadiums again and go to movie theaters, and whatever it is people do, beaches and I mean Tony. I know Tony he's excited for the summer big movie premiere of Top Gun 2 Maverick.
Yeah, right.
But I feel like this stream isn't going very smoothly because we have all these bugs we're getting try to figure out. Has it been 5 minutes yet?
No, it's been like 3 minutes.
So for anyone watching this that is part of our draft, again, Tony is going to be making our pulled pork again for our draft party.
I just made almost 60 pounds today.
And it's finger licking good.
Yay.
Or wait, that's KFC. What?
I got to come up with a catchphrase. I haven't thought of something.
Keep it clean for this, please. This is a family-friendly stream.
Yeah.
We don't condone bad language either.
Well, I'll try and filter myself.
So just for everyone to kind of know what's going to go on, obviously I'll have to refill in Guy here when he gets back on. But so basically we're going to watch the draft. We're all going to watch our draft here. And then as picks happen, then we're going to break him down. So Tony, Mr. Monitor, as we're going to call him, is going to give us the bio. He's going to give us all quick college stats, the important stuff. I mean, we're not going to have to go like every single stat. Just give like if it's a quarterback, give passing touchdowns, yards, the main stuff. Throw out their height, weight. That's specifically important probably for linemen. And then the three of us are just going to talk about that individual and where they're going and what their fantasy value could be until the next player is taken. So it shouldn't be hopefully too bang. I mean, the first two might be like that, but I don't think there's a lot we need to talk about Joe Burrow or Chase Young. I'm going to give Guy a try here now.
I have no idea who Chase Young is. Could you enlighten me?
Many people think that he is, of all the Chases, he is by far the best. And I agree with that.
I've heard that once before, and I disagree.
Well, everyone's entitled to their opinion. All right, we're trying Guy again. Shoot. Oh, great. Says we're calling Guy. Guy is unavailable.
Well, that's not good.
Well, also isn't good as I just lost you on the stream.
Me?
I mean, I lost your picture. I'll get it back. Hold on.
I'll be right back.
Oh, he said he needs another 5 minutes.
Okay.
So we got 10 minutes here before this draft starts, and like I said, I do apologize that we have these little technical issues going on. I don't understand why. But I'm going to get these people back up here. See, this is another reason we got to get rid of the COVID-19, so I can have these people actually in-house. So we have to deal with these stupid issues.
You may have to deal with me here so I can have my monitors.
Oh, that's right. All right, let me disconnect you here, Tony. I'll call you right back.
Okay.
So everyone, I'm still here, of course, and we're gonna get them right back. Shoot, maybe he was there the whole time. I guess he was there the whole time. I just didn't notice it. So right now, I'm calling. Again, everyone, I do apologize for all this. Let's see here. All right, you there?
I'm there.
All right. So I'll give Guy a couple more minutes here, and we'll try him back. Oh, well. It might just be you and me.
That's trouble.
He can't get his computer back on for whatever reason.
What the hell?
I don't know. All right, hold on. Let me get this stupid thing figured out.
Come on, stupid TV. There you go. All right. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I got to deliver some pulled pork.
Oh, shoot. Jimmy, I appreciate all you're doing right now, by the way, by keeping me up to date with what's going on. And I'm trying to get these bugs figured out. So the good thing is we still have about 6 minutes before the draft starts. All right, I'm actually going to disconnect Tony here. I'm going to try this. All right, people, see if we can't get this figured out. He's away from his computer right now, so this probably doesn't help. So, I guess one thing that we're going to learn from this last half hour is not much was talked about, but we're working out the bugs. Okay, this is really funny right now. So I'm hoping I just fixed it. Jimmy,
Yeah, I
that's not
hear
an
it.
echo. All right, hold on, Tony.
Okay.
All right. Stop. All right, we're good. We're good. We're good. All right, Jimmy, we're good. We're good. I'm not ignoring you. I'm just trying to get this figured out. So we're good. All right, Tony, talk.
Yeah, I'm here. Ugh.
All right, we're good. All right, awesome. Jimmy, you're a lifesaver. Thank you for all your feedback.
Yes, thank you, Jimmy.
All right. Well, right now I'm watching some swings here. I think we're still in a commercial before the draft starts. Hope. Oh, this actually must be part of the broadcast. It's Peyton Manning is narrating something here. I'm not listening to it. I actually have mine muted, just because I don't want to have the TV coming through while we're talking here.
Are you watching it on NFL or ESPN?
I got an ABC, which should be the ABC
Yeah.
should be the same as the ESPN feed.
because I'm streaming it and it's showing all kinds of Tua stuff.
Right now, it's all COVID hope, and I saw a guy wearing a Buckeye shirt saying we'll rise up from this. Of course, any Buckeye would agree, Buckeyes do rise to the cream of the crop always rises.
Yeah, right.
So I don't know how much time they're going to actually dink around with this before they actually start doing picks. I just want to get this rolling. Like everyone's aware, COVID, it sucks, but let's just get this thing rolling. Showing all the players right now crying, they've gotten drafted. Dancing doctors. People banging pots and pans. Just exciting stuff. I mean,
yeah,
something that, something we do at work every day.
Yeah, we love our jobs.
We love all of you people. We're gonna stick together. We're gonna fight this out, and hopefully the Super Bowl will be right around the corner. So, anyone watching this from our league, obviously, NFL draft is two big things. It's the NFL draft. It's the players that are going to find a home where they're hopefully going to play the rest of their careers at. But for us in Fantasyland, this is also our future. So in our league, the American Football League, which is a keeper league, our first round, for the most part, is all rookie based because obviously all the stars are kept. So everyone in our league, this is literally their first round. You're going to see a ton of players that are going to go in our first round, definitely. Joe Burrow should go in our first round, obviously. There always is a big run on the running back. So I of course have the first overall pick. I know who I'm picking. I just got to figure out where he's going to end up. And then of course Jimmy has a second pick, and he knows who I'm taking, so he's got to figure out who he's taking. Once he does that, he's going to see where they're going. So I'm sure he does know who he's picking. And so the way our first round actually is going to go, it's actually me. So it goes Eric, Jimmy, Eric, Jimmy is the first four picks. And then it's Nick and Dennis, and then it's Eric and Jimmy again. And then Guy at 10, and then we go on the Tony/Anthony run. Anthony, Tony, Anthony, and then it's Will, Tony. I guess like the song used to say, Tony has done it again. It feels good. It's a music group from the 90s. I'm not sure if you know that, Tony.
Yes. Yeah.
There, Jimmy, a little musical reference out for you.
Your bad musical taste.
Actually, I was listening to our
Cinderella,
our favorite band, one of the best bands of all time, them, Def Leppard, Bon Jovi.
What are you talking about? Your favorite band is Pearl Jam and Pink Floyd. I wish I could see the expression on your face right now.
You're lucky I want to have someone to talk to during the stream. Otherwise, you may have been just disconnected. For anyone who wants to know, I guess what this means is I cannot stand the two bands of Pink Floyd or Pearl Jam. I'm as big a fan of them as Tony is of Nirvana and Soundgarden and Nickelback.
That's correct. Yes.
Diehard Nickelback fan.
Yeah. Boy band with guitar.
I do apologize that we're not talking more football right now. I just want to get this rolling. I want to get this. The content was supposed to be coming from the draft once they start. Then we're going to start rolling with stuff, but I can't do anything until. So we're just kind of killing air here. So right now, Roger Goodell is doing a little talk apparently about COVID. Beautiful picture of 5 American flags, Statue of Liberty.
I'm trying to get the draft on stream. I'm finding all kinds of other crap, but not the draft.
Oh, now we got Harry Connick Jr. Maybe I should turn this up. I hope everyone can hear this through my mic.
I can't hear it.
They're doing the national anthem. Oh. I was being patriotic, Tony. I had my hand over my heart and everything.
That's nice of you.
I even mouthed it. I didn't sing it, although I did throw out the O there, because in Ohio they do that. When the O, they actually yell out O. It's an Ohio thing, Tony. You wouldn't get it.
I don't.
In case anyone hasn't figured out, Tony is a big Chargers fan.
I am.
Philip Rivers is his Dan Marino.
Yes.
So I'm wearing Marino, and he's got Philip Rivers, although he's wearing Mike Allstott.
I am wearing Mike Allstott, but I have the future Hall of Famer here for Guy and Mark, who criticized Rivers. Just want to say something about that.
Yeah, they well, everyone's got their opinion, you know, and
Yeah.
I personally, I'm not a fan of Rivers. I don't like him. I mean, I don't hate him, but I do believe, and I wholeheartedly believe that he is a future Hall of Famer. I think his body of work is worthy of the Hall. Unfortunately, obviously, he hasn't won a championship, but sometimes I don't think championships necessarily make Hall of Famers. You know, there's guys that, how many guys have Super Bowl championships that have never even played in the Super Bowl?
Right.
So it looks like we're cutting to a commercial here, just before we get this thing rolling. Just so you guys know, obviously, the Detroit Lions, they were talking about this the other day, their IT guy is in the driveway of the GM in case there's an issue. Well, I got Jimmy apparently in my driveway right now in RV, and he's trying to get us all caught up on our technical issues, which, according to him, so far we're going good. Jimmy, thank you for watching. Anyone else out there? I hope you're enjoying this stream as well. I'm actually going to try to connect us to... Shoot. I was going to try to connect us here to the rest of the league.
I'm trying to work out my technical issues because nowhere I can find the draft streaming for free. So
Do you have the NFL app?
yeah, it's not streaming live on the NFL app.
It's weird. Well, Cincinnati is on the clock.
Sweet.
So I guess Tony, I guess how we'll do this, unless you can get it going on your thing so you can watch it. I'll just give you the names, and then you drop the bio. I guess if it was music, you'd be dropping the fat beat.
Yeah, something like that. All right.
So they're still showing just we're still apparently doing commercials here. Well, Tony, this is your opportunity, I guess, while we're killing time here. If you want to say hi to the league and just tell us a little about yourself and hobbies,
Oh, put me on the spot like that.
Other than walking on the beach and hugs and cuddles and.
I am the polar opposite of all of that. I've been just hanging out. But my hobbies, I'm a big PC gamer. Obviously, if you saw the text I sent out to everyone on my setup for tonight, it's kind of insane. But that's what I do. I have all kinds of technology, and yeah, that's my thing.
And this isn't your first time doing fantasy football.
No, I used to do 7 to 8 leagues a year. Got burnt out of watching football religiously for 6-7 years straight. Got out of it, stopped watching football. Eric invited me to this. The whole keeper thing interested me a lot. I've always wanted to be part of a keeper league and never got the opportunity until now. So I'm very excited about the opportunity to be part of this.
So they just came back. They still haven't announced a pick yet. I mean, obviously, old school, this was really easy to figure out because it showed the commissioner would come to a podium. So now I'm not sure necessarily how they're going to cut when you're going to know a pick is in.
Well, Roger Goodell came out today and showed his whole basement setup and all that stuff. There is a table that he's going to be announcing the picks at.
Okay. Does he have the same Pennywise on his table like you do right there?
No, because he's not as cool as me.
No. He is a good commissioner, though. I support Roger Goodell. All right. I see they're showing right now. Well, we see some war rooms. Well, I guess living rooms, more like it. It looks like they showed, what's his face? Belichick looked like he was a giant chessboard. Like, literally, his kitchen table looks like a giant chessboard.
Nice.
So Roger Goodell's talking again. I'm not listening to it. I'm not going to, once he actually goes to the picks, then I'll, oh, I guess he's talking to them right now. Oh, there's people like booing and cheering and.
Oh, come on, you stupid thing.
Well, he's talking about restoring hope and optimism and. This is just talking about how it's the first ever and hopefully probably the last ever virtual reality draft here. Bengals are, I guess, now officially on the clock. Right now they're showing the head coach of the Bengals and the director of personnel. And now they're showing some Bengals fans clapping and cheering. Some guy already spent money apparently on a Joe Burrow jersey.
Oh, wow.
And he's got it turned around. Now, wouldn't it be just unfortunate for that guy if they actually trade the pick away?
Yeah, that would be rough.
Or all of a sudden at the last minute announce, the first overall pick we pick. Tua.
Chase Young.
And now we're seeing Kirk Herbstreit, and we got Desmond Howard, and they got all the college guys here to give their info. And now we're showing Tua's living room. Looks like he's.
Why would they show that? He's not going to go
He's in there with his family, and it looks like it's a giant log cabin.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw this out there. This isn't starting off too hot as this is probably one of the least exciting drafts I've ever seen as far as the way it's being presented. I get the difficulty of doing this, but they don't need to kill this much time. I mean, it's almost 20 after they haven't made a pick yet.
Yeah.
Old school, the way it used to always be, when it started on a Saturday, or even in the past, it's within the first 5 minutes or so of 8 o'clock, they had it the pick announced. I mean, we should be on our at least second pick by now, if not third. Yeah, they're just kind of talking about Tua's injury and stuff. And personally, I'm not a Tua fan. I have never been. I'm hoping Miami does not take him. More I'm starting to hear about. I don't know how big a fan I am of Herbert either. So I'd rather see Miami taking positional players.
All right. I'm a Chargers guy. I want to see the Chargers take Simmons at 6. I want that linebacker to try and stop Mahomes, along with Derwin James. I think that would help the Chargers defense stop Kansas City because they do play twice a year.
Oh, yeah.
That's just my thing.
I've seen, actually, I saw one draft thing that had, who was it falling? Okuda actually falling all the way down to the Jaguars at 9. So there's another one if actually wouldn't be bad for the Chargers to pick up.
I saw a mock draft that said Tua was going to drop to the Jags at 9. The Chargers were taking an offensive tackle. Dolphins traded up with the Lions.
I've heard the Falcons want to move up. All right, right now they got now I see an actual clock. Bengals got 6.5 minutes to make their pick. I mean, okay. Unless you're seriously considering trading him away, why are you taking this time? If you're completely they made this thing they have this commitment, it should have been handed in instantly.
Yeah. That's usually all the drafts that I've ever watched. That's how it was.
I don't know. They just showed Joe Burrow, and he had a headset on with it looked like he was FaceTiming someone. So I'm guessing he's talking to either the head coach of the Bengals, or unless they've traded it, and he's talking to whoever just drafted him. But
I don't see the Bengals trading out of that pick.
If they could get enough for it, it wouldn't be a horrible idea. The Bengals aren't a quarterback away from turning around and being a productive
no,
team.
They're not. And they do have Andy Dalton. He's a good quarterback.
Yeah, and that's the big one is, if they do draft Burrow, Dalton is just a matter of time before he's moved on somewhere. There's a lot of players that are potentially going to get moved this weekend. Andy Dalton's one of them. Tight end O.J. Howard is another one I've heard possibly getting traded. Jamal Adams, the safety out of the Jets, I've heard him getting traded to either the Falcons or the Cowboys. And, I mean, these aren't crap players. I mean, these are good, great players. I think Dalton actually is a good quarterback. He needs a change of scenery. All right, so we got 4.5 minutes. Still nothing announced yet.
That's just. I have a feeling this draft is going to take a while. They might work out all the bugs. the first couple picks.
You know, I don't want people to have to hear listening. I don't know if they're listening to the TV or listening to me, so I just muted it again. I'm assuming it's about to get announced because now the Burrow family is just staring at a TV apparently. Mom's rubbing his back. Dad's got a big smile on his face. And there we are showing the Bengals. It's pretty exciting at the Dick Tobin, the director of personnel's house. He's got like looks like his like teenage son is like just hanging out in the kitchen.
Nice.
Oh, the Burrow family. Mom looks like mom got some beautiful red roses. Yeah, three. What's weird is like when the pick is in, like the clock stops and then it'll immediately click and show like the next team, and then I'll have their clock.
Right.
Like it's like 3 minutes and 12 seconds, and it still hasn't said like pick is in yet. Like what are they waiting for? Like it seems like if anything, this should be the quickest one to go in.
Yeah.
Wait, let me. Okay, so now Zach Taylor, the coach of the Cincinnati, is talking to somebody. Oh, jeez. So, so dorky. Another one of the director of personnel's kids just came in the kitchen, and he's got a Bengals jersey, and it says his last name on it. It says number 17. So, sound like a good item to buy.
Yeah.
All right, says the pick is in. And there's no drama here because he's holding like a Bengals hat in his hand.
Oh,
So,
Burrows?
yeah. It's like they couldn't have it like throw it to him after it's announced. This is actually going to be fun. I apologize. This might not be the most entertaining thing yet, but oh, here we go. Commissioner's all waving, and all the Bengals fans are all waving at him. I mean, there's like some of these people are like way over the top. Like there's like a bunch of them are all face painted, and I mean, I guess you could say I have like I'm not that bad. I mean, I don't have face painting and stuff. I actually by the way, just so everyone knows, the punching bag in the back there, his name is Bob. You'll see it, Tony, when you watch. He's got a Dolphins jersey and helmet on right now. That does not typically. I just threw it on just for right now. Typically, he's over in some corner. People have seen him in my streams before. That's Elliot's actually his. He got that for his birthday about 5, 6, 7 years ago. So here we go. The pick is in. Roger Goodell's going to announce it. Joe Burrow is a Cincinnati Bengal. All right, Mr.
Mr.
Monitor.
Monitor.
Hit me with the bio.
Joe Burrow, Ohio State guy, transferred to LSU. Had a really good last year, 60 touchdowns, 5,700 yards. He's 6'4", 216. So he's a good sized quarterback.
Mm-hmm. Did he win any awards last year?
He won the Heisman.
Oh, so he was the guy last year. No, yep. This is everyone knows who Joe Burrow is. I mean, it's not like a shocker, but you know, I look at fantasy value. I mean, I see this guy definitely going to be a first round pick in our draft. It's just a matter of where he goes. Honestly, I could see him potentially going as high as 4. I don't think he makes it as high as 4. I don't think he makes it past 14. Obviously, I'm just giving rough numbers just because I'm trying to think of how, I don't know how people are going to draft, but He's not going to be a top 3 pick in our league because those are going to be running backs. I mean, unless I'm completely missing the mark on that.
I could see him going mid to late. But I don't see with looking at what quarterbacks the teams have early, none of them are quarterback needed. But with the rookie exception, they could take him to have a quarterback of the future,
right,
if they really like him.
And there's a lot of teams that are going to keep 2 quarterbacks where I could see some of them thinking, or even just drafting him and say, well, you know what, I'm going to trade one of these other quarterbacks.
Like if I had 2 quarterbacks on my roster, I may think about taking him because I have Rivers and he may only play 1 or 2 more years. Mm-hmm. So, or somebody that's got a Breeze.
So Washington's on the clock. They got 5.5 minutes to go. As far as fancy value, I see him in Cincinnati. If they I'm gonna put it this way: if they don't move Andy Dalton, I see Dalton still starting from the get-go. But I think they'll move Dalton.
I agree. If Dalton stays there, I think Dalton will possibly start half the year, and then Burrows comes in the second half.
Well, a lot of people that might not remember when Carson Palmer was drafted by Cincinnati, he was the first overall pick the year he got drafted. He sat for I think 2 years before he actually played, and it benefited.
What was it? John Kitna, their quarterback then?
They had more than John Kitna. Oh, we got the Redskins pick is in. But as far as I think he will, once he starts playing, Joe Burrow is going to have the benefit of having hopefully a healthy AJ Green, Tyler Boyd is producing. They need a tight end to stay healthy there. They have a 1,000-yard running back in Joe Mixon.
Yep.
Offensive line needs to be upgraded. Their defense has actually gotten a little bit better over the offseason. So there is potential there for him to produce. Like I said, I think they're going to move Dalton. My guess is he goes to New England. That's my own personal guess. I have no, reason. I have no evidence to back that up. Why? That's my feeling. He seems like a guy that Belichick would like.
Yeah.
The Redskins pick is in. They're just, I guess, waiting for what's-his-face, Roger Goodell, to get the card, maybe, or... I mean, I would be shocked if this wasn't Chase Young.
Yeah, I have every reason to believe it's going to be Chase Young.
I mean, if I was Mr. Monitor, I might as well have Chase Young's stats already pulled up. But I'm not Mr. Monitor, so...
I'm getting there. Don't rush perfection.
I'm the fantasy commissioner. I'm not Mr. Monitor.
I'm just a nerd stat guy.
Everyone understands now. I'm definitely not Mr. Tech.
Yeah.
I'm the support.
Yeah.
That's a little gaming reference that Tony and I actually were a duo for a long time in the League of Legends until he decided to take his talents to Europe.
Yep, I did. All my jungle talents.
Yep. He went for golden pastures.
Yeah.
So I'm just stuck in North America, just supporting everyone else.
Yep. I still play in North America. I just don't really play much anymore.
Come on, Roger. Oh, geez. Now we got an interview going with Joe Burrow. I mean, all I'm going to say is I understand everyone's excited. This is live and everything's like that, but it's like 8:30 here, and we only have one pick done.
Yes. Half an hour after they said it was supposed to start, and
Guy wants to come back, so hopefully this doesn't screw too much stuff up here by getting him back.
Okay. Right, you got his computer working?
Looks like it.
wants to come back. So hopefully it doesn't screw too much stuff up. I might get it back.
Okay. You got his computer working?
Guy?
Can you hear me?
You got those speakers. Can you... Do you not have a headset?
I have a headset, but I can't. Hold on a second.
What you do is you go into Skype and go to where it says audio, audio, video, whatever, and there'll be a settings, and there's two. There's one that's like the top one is for like your microphone. If you scroll down, it'll say speakers. Change the speakers to your headset.
All right, because I can hear everything in my headset now.
Okay. And that's good because I can't hear anything else other than your voice now. Only thing that sucks is your picture is not visible. So, Guy, we're just obviously doing some talking about Joe Burrow. I was just kind of saying to Tony here, to people watching, you know, I think Burrow will be a top 10 or top pick in our league. I think anywhere from 4 to 14 is where he'll go. Oh, we got the next pick in here. I don't think it's going to be any shock of who it is, but Chase Young, Washington Redskins. Mr. Monitor, hit me with that bio.
Defensive end from Ohio State.
OH.
Shut up. Yeah. 16 and a half sacks last year. On his career, he's got, in the 3 years he played for Ohio State, he's got 28 sacks. Just a defensive freak. He just lines up and goes.
He can play. He can play from either side. He can come from the left or the right side. My opinion, I think he'll be better than Nick Bosa, and that's definitely saying something.
Yes.
Was he 6'4", 264?
He's, according to this, he's 6'5", 265.
He can chase down pretty much about any player.
I heard comparisons today to Julius Peppers, which is a huge compliment.
Future Hall of Famer right there.
Yep.
He's got a video game coming out tomorrow. It's called Predator Hunting Grounds. That was a little joke.
Chase Young?
Joke. With his dreads, he looks like a predator in the helmet. No, I think team with Montez Sweat, I think that defense is going to, up front, they're going to be a nightmare to block. Guy, what do you think?
I think he's going to have a really good first year. But once he starts getting notoriety, like he's a great player, I think his play is going to start to decrease from there.
But on the flip side, that could benefit Montez Sweat too, because then if they're, like, let's say if they're going to double block him, you know, you can't double block everyone.
True. I think it's going to be good for him. Washington has a good chance to be like one of the best defenses in the league this year.
Where do you guys see him going in our league? I say starting somewhere in the mid-second round. I could see him possibly going.
I agree.
I don't think I would be stunned if he went in the first. I think the first is going to be all offense.
Yeah.
But and obviously Tony, you're newer to this, but a guy knows once a defensive player starts going, there's a run on him.
That's another thing that interests me about this league is the defensive players added to it. It just gives that whole other aspect to it. So I've never been in a fantasy league with defensive players, so I don't know when to start drafting them. So I'm just going to wing it. Hope for the best.
The Lions pick is in. We're just going to wait on the announcement here.
I think my feed has a delay. I still have mine when I'm watching through Sling TV, and it's still counting down on Detroit's pick. Okay.
We were talking about Burrow before you got on here, and like I said, I think he'll go anywhere as early as 4 to as late as 14. Um, I think he'll have a good career. I do. I think the key is obviously keeping him upright. Having AJ Green healthy is going to help him a lot. Tyler Boyd, obviously, he's coming on as a fantasy wide receiver. And they have a 1,000-yard running back in Mixon. So I mean, they just need to still upgrade that offensive line, though, and that's going to be the key. I don't know, Guy. What are your thoughts on Burrow?
I think he's going to be pretty solid. I think he's set up. I don't think Cincinnati's as bad off as their perception is.
Mm-hmm.
I think he'd be good. I mean, I don't ever think Dalton was the complete problem there, but Burrow definitely looks like he has a lot more skill and just has that instinct to be a better quarterback. I think with a new coach and the players they got there already, I think they could definitely contend for a playoff spot.
I think Dalton needs a change of scenery. All right, here we go. The pick is in. Detroit Lions. Cornerback Jeff Okudah just went to the Lions. Mr. Monitor, hit me with the bio.
Give me a minute. I don't have it pulled up.
5,000 monitors, and he doesn't have it pulled up yet.
Hey, give me a minute. 6'1", 200-pound corner. Oh, wrong thing. All right.
Why he's pulling it?
They're just telling me he's being drafted now.
He is a lockdown corner, but the thing about him is he's not like your flashy corner. I mean, he will get down dirty and he will hit. I mean, he will tackle.
And in 2019, he had 29 solo tackles, 2 forced fumbles, 3 interceptions. So, I mean, they don't throw his way very often.
No, but and a lot of those tackles are probably on running backs too.
Yeah.
No, he's a solid. And Detroit, obviously, what they just did was they traded away Darius Slay, so they got, in my opinion, a better, younger player.
And they have Trufant to play on the other side.
Slay is a bad, and obviously Slay is a Pro Bowl player. But the key is they got younger, and I think Slay had some issues with people there. Maybe there was some. What's the word I'm looking for? I don't think he liked the environment in Detroit anymore. I don't think he was a fan. Guy, what do you think of this pick to the? I mean, you're a Lions fan.
They needed a cornerback. I guess I'm not completely upset with it, but I was hoping. I can't believe they couldn't find a decent trade to someone coming down to 3 to get out of there. I thought for sure they'd be picking at 5 or later.
Yeah, that's the thing with that pick. I thought it was going to be traded to Miami. Honestly, I did.
I think with this,
I thought someone was going to jump up and take it. I'm just surprised.
I think what this tells you is the Dolphins and the Chargers both look at those quarterbacks that are left and are like, well, if we really want to get them, they're going to probably be sitting there, and if they're not, we'll get something else and be happy with it. I think.
Yeah, because the Giants are up next, and I don't see them picking a quarterback.
No, they're going to go one of 3 ways. Either they're going to go offensive line, which I heard they want, but I think they're going to go. I personally think they should go defense, even though I understand why they'd want to get offensive line.
I honestly think it's going to be offensive line here. They do need defense, but keeping Daniel Jones healthy and upright is, you got to do that on a young quarterback.
Now,
Eli's gone now, so.
But the one thing about this draft is it is a very, very deep at tackle where they could. That's why I think they could get the best defensive player, either Simmons or Derek Brown, and then maybe trade back into the first and get something later.
That's what I was just going to say. There's Simmons and Derek Brown there, which are both excellent picks.
quick to finish up on Okudah here before we go on to the Giants pick. They got 4 minutes left. Fantasy value, the thing about corners in our league specifically, they're not unfortunately worth a lot because unless their side gets thrown to, they get very small amounts of points. So I don't see him going very high. One thing I do want to throw out here, and they just throw it up there, very beautiful for me moment, is 1997. Sean Springs was drafted number 3 overall, and that's my all-time favorite Buckeye. I remember that very, very fondly when he got drafted. The jersey was ordered almost immediately, even though I'm not a Seahawks fan. I still have that jersey, actually. It doesn't really fit, but I still have it. So hopefully Kuda has the same career that Sean Springs had, which wasn't a Hall of Fame career, but it was a solid career. All right, we just went to commercial while the Giants here got about probably 3 minutes to go. What other trades do you think could take place, Guy? I mean, before you joined us, we were talking about Dalton. We were talking about O.J. Howard getting possibly traded.
I heard rumors that O.J. Howard could end up with the Patriots, and then I feel, along with you, Eric, that Dalton would be a good fit in New England as well.
Yeah, I heard the rumor about Howard to the Patriots. I've also heard a big one of him to the Redskins.
I didn't hear the Redskins.
Yeah, which, as someone that actually has O.J. Howard as his tight end and has Haskins as his quarterback, I would be for that.
Well, that's one of the reasons you traded for A.J. Howard.
I support that trade.
Man, I have no idea why I can't get the video back up. Like, I can't do anything on my Skype screen. Only thing I could do was, close out the box. Nothing. I can't click on any settings or anything for some reason.
That's unfortunate. Well, hopefully this is the last time we ever have to do a draft thing like this. Hopefully in the future you guys can actually be here for these.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Giants. I've also heard the Giants want to trade out.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
I don't see the Chargers. I think if they do trade out, you're going to look and you're going to see a team that's going to be coming up from behind, like an unexpected one, like someone a little bit farther back. I don't know. I guess they just want extra picks. They want to do the Patriot route and just try to accumulate a bunch of second rounders, I think. But no, I mean, obviously offensive line for the Giants would be good for not only Daniel Jones, but here you have, we think top 3 running back in Barkley?
Top 2.
Yeah, I would put Christian McCaffrey and Barkley 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Depending on the year.
Some might throw Ezekiel Elliott in there.
I would
No, they wouldn't.
I mean, I don't know anyone personally that might do that, but I've heard or talked about that he would be in the conversation.
Yeah, he was really great last year.
Well, not everyone can pump out 1,700 yards every year.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah, that's gonna be harder now that they lost center Frederick retired.
I wonder if Herbert will fall out of the first round.
If who will pull out?
Herbert.
I don't know.
I don't see Herbert falling out.
One of these quarterbacks, if they don't go at 5 and 6, I definitely see one of them going at 9.
Yes, Jacksonville would probably take one. I could see maybe with Drew Brees signing his contract with NBC for broadcasting, I could see maybe the Saints taking a quarterback and letting him sit under Brees for a year. And then you got New England.
But now you're talking near the bottom of the first.
Right.
They're obviously not in the first round. I think one team that would have strongly looked at a quarterback, though, was Pittsburgh. If they were in the first round, which I could see them definitely still taking one in the second.
Yes.
You know, they don't have Roethlisberger's heir apparent yet. There's no one in the wings.
No.
So the pick for the Giants is in. Right now they're just showing the head coach.
I think it's going to be Wirfs or Wills.
Which is the one from Alabama?
I don't know offensive lineman. Not gonna lie.
I don't remember now.
Wirfs is Iowa, isn't
he? Yeah. I don't know.
Oh, here we go. Hold on.
Yeah, I think so.
Fourth pick.
Good one. Oh, you just drafted a quarterback.
Wow, he shut up. Okay, Andrew Thomas, tackle from Georgia.
Really?
Yes, that is. I would have thought he would have been later in the first. All right,
yeah.
Mr. Monitor, Andrew Thomas, hit me with the bio.
I didn't expect that one, so I got to pull it up. Georgia Bulldog. 6'5", 320. Yeah, that's pretty much all you got on offensive tackle. But as far as the pick, I like it.
I mean, he's used to obviously playing. He's had some solid running backs there since he's been there. Because you figure what
he blocked for Jake Fromm. So
he's had a solid quarterback.
I don't know about solid quarterback and Jake Fromm. Game manager.
I like him. I've
liked him. That's my opinion on Fromm.
He's had 3 running backs. Well, 2 obviously that are currently in the NFL. You got Chubb and Sony Michel, and then he's going to have a third one in DeAndre Swift, just wherever he goes. I don't know. I think they could have got him later. I don't see him as the 4th overall pick.
Mm-hmm.
I think that this was a reach this high. Guy, I don't know your thoughts on this. I think this is actually comparable to Daniel Jones getting drafted at 6 last year.
Yeah, I think of all the tackles were kind of close, but all along I've been hearing it was either going to be Wills or Wirf. A lot of teams like Thomas, but I didn't think he'd go there.
No, neither did I. And like I said, I'm guessing I can't believe they couldn't find one person to trade out. They obviously wanted to trade out of this spot.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Miami's got 5 minutes here. Now, Miami will not be trading out of spot. They are going to definitely pick someone. It's a matter of if they go quarterback. Oh, so here, let's quick go back. So getting Andrew Thomas obviously is going to help solidify. Now, I'm not sure if they'll put him at the left or the right side in the Giants offense, but it should definitely help. Obviously, Daniel Jones, he's going to be a benefactor of it. The receivers will be benefactors of it. And more importantly, you're going to get Saquon Barkley is going to
Saquon Barkley. Which, if I was in this league when Saquon came out, I would have done everything I could to draft him.
Well,
I wouldn't have cared.
As someone who tried to make a trade for that pick when he was the first overall pick, I was pretty much told that it was available to trade.
Jump off a cliff.
Nope. No, Mark said he would trade it to me. But I had to get him season tickets to the Steelers. I had to have the parking pass paid for. They had to be a VIP suite. So the pick was available. I just wasn't going to reach that far. So it was the parking pass was the tipping point for me. If he would have taken that off the board, I would have gotten the suite. I would give him 20-year lease in there. Best suite could have got. But the parking pass was the tipping point for me. I'm surprised you want me to pay for gas.
I would have charged it for gas.
Flying in a helicopter. So Miami's got 3 minutes right now. They've only shown Tua. They're not showing Herbert.
I have about a minute and 10-second delay from what you're watching.
All right. They're just kind of sitting here quietly. And then, oh, here we go. We got the Herbert household. And, I mean, neither one of these guys, they're just sitting there. There's nothing much really going on. I will say this.
How come Tua's family's got shirts with Miami's colors on it?
I don't know. Well, they see all the hats in front of them. So all these guys got a hat for every team.
Yeah.
I will say the Herbert's. Have you seen the Herbert shot yet?
Not yet.
Great spread and put in front of them there. I wouldn't mind getting invited to that house. That made me actually a little bit hungry. All right. Pick is in. The pick is in. I don't think it's one of these quarterbacks, guys.
No. I think it's Wills.
They don't need to get Derek Brown because they got Wilcox last year. I mean, they're good at linebackers. They don't need Simmons. I mean, definitely one of these linemen is what they need. But what sucks is they basically are just they traded. I don't know. I guess you get younger and hopefully better than Tunsil, but so which one is the one from? I don't have my paper in front of me. I had a paper that had like all these guys on it, and I have it like somewhere else now. But it's like the one from whichever is the one from.
I think Wirfs is from Iowa.
Okay, I want the other one.
Sure.
I want the other one. The one that's from Alabama is the one I wanted. I'll get this. We're just waiting for Roger DeGale to come up. Looks like Brian Flores is on the phone talking to somebody right now. So obviously he's talking to the pick, but they're going to stick how they've always done it lately, where once a player gets a call, they're not going to show them on screen. All right, hold on. All right, so
The pick is in.
Willis is the one that. Yep, Willis is the one that's from Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the pick is in, but is. Oh, here we go. Here's Roger. Oh, I'm frustrated. I'm going to take my Dolphins jersey off. I'm going to throw this helmet across the room. Tua is now the quarterback for the Miami Dolphins.
Really?
Yep.
So I'm not celebrating at all.
Yeah, you are. All right, Mr. Monder, hit me with the bio.
2019, he threw for 2,800 yards, 33 touchdowns, tied for second in that category with only 3 interceptions. But he was hurt. He pretty bad injury on his hip. A lot of injury issues in his history. Left quad, left ankle, broken index finger, dislocated hip, sprained knee. Injury problems across
All
the
right,
board.
can we talk about some positive stuff on him now? Let's get some awards or what does he won?
He's won nothing.
Well, he's a national champion.
Well, yeah. In 2018, he won the Walter Camp Award and the Maxwell Award,
which is for the best quarterback in the country.
Yep. He is a smaller quarterback at 6'1", 218.
Some have compared him to a left-handed version of Drew Brees.
Yes.
Well, I guess the whole family's got lays on. I guess I got to get a lay. I don't know.
It's not our department.
One of you's got a funny sound coming. Are one of you like listening to something?
No.
I hear this.
What was this?
I don't know what that is.
You hear it, Tony?
Yeah.
What does it sound like?
Oh, there it is. It was a pop-up on my screen.
Oh.
Oh.
Well, get rid of the pop-up.
I just did. It was Saban talking about Tua.
All right. Well, this guy better figure out he's not getting number 13. He's not getting 13.
No.
I don't care how much he wants it. He's not getting it. He doesn't get 12 either. So I guess he can get 14. He can have Brian Greasy's number.
Yeah, there you go.
I guess if he is healthy, I don't know.
If all the reports are true that he's back to 100% and healthy, I think he can make an impact in Miami.
All right, let's talk fantasy value here. Guy, where do you see him potentially going in our draft? Do you see him first round?
I would think so. I mean,
probably later first round.
Later first round, yeah.
Technically, Fitzpatrick is still there, so I don't. My thought is maybe I wonder if they'll not play him this year, if he'll just be there and sit for a year.
That's almost what I'm thinking, and I mean the same thing could happen if he would have went to the Chargers. I mean, Tyrod Taylor used to be a starter. Yeah, I mean Herbert. If Herbert goes there, he could sit for a year.
That's not a fair comparison because the Chargers have a better skill set. The Chargers are more ready for right now, where the Miami has time.
Yes.
Miami is not a quarterback away from all of a sudden they're in the playoffs next year. They're still potentially, depending what else they add. Now they have 2 more picks in this first round, which I'm hoping one of them is a running back and the other one's a tackle. Potentially they could still be a top 10 pick next year too. But hopefully, as a Dolphins fan, I'm hoping that doesn't happen, but try to be realistic with it too. So let's just talk about the 2 quarterbacks. We got Burrow and Tua. Burrow plays more?
Yeah. I think Burrow's a starter day one.
Yeah.
Do you think... So Miami technically now they have 3 quarterbacks because you still have Fitzpatrick is still there. You still have Josh Rosen.
Rosen gets traded.
He gets traded, or
this weekend he'll get traded.
Any thoughts of where he might go?
New England. New England's got a lot of options.
I was thinking New England.
Well, Mr. Monitor, get ready because the Chargers pick is in. I
know. It's painful. I don't know if I want to see this.
What are your thoughts on Rosen, though, Guy? Do you think he could become a quarterback? I mean, do you think he has a chance? All this stuff that's been negative around him, do you think he could actually become a player in this league?
No, I think he's
what he is.
I think he kind of showed, yeah. I mean, I think he could be back up and if you need him for a few games. I just don't. I think his whole psyche's probably ruined from what he's gone through.
Let me ask you this: what if he got traded to Green Bay?
Oh, you just crumble. Aaron Rodgers is not a real nice person. You just eat him up, and I don't think he'd be good anywhere.
You know what? I didn't look at it that. I looked at it that Rodgers would take him under his wing. I guess I didn't look at it that way.
Mm-hmm.
All right, they're showing the Herbert family right now again. They're just kind of sitting there though. They don't look happy.
If Aaron Rodgers fell that far in the draft, Herbert should be picked day 3.
Yeah, well, the one thing about Herbert, I heard last year that if he would have been in the draft last year, he would have been the first quarterback taken.
Mm-hmm.
Like I heard it.
Imagine how sad that team would have been this year.
But one thing I heard, I don't know if it was Herbstreit, who did I hear talking about Herbert is he has these moments where it's like that's the guy, he's doing everything he's supposed to do, and then all of a sudden he'll like turn around and make the most bonehead play. You know, which obviously he's young, that stuff could be expected as well. You know, if he goes to the right situation, if he gets the right mentoring and stuff, he could. You know, from a size standpoint, he's what, like 6'6"? I mean, he's
I think he's too tall.
He's 6'6", 237.
Oh, here.
No leadership skills.
Going right to quarterback, Justin Herbert. Mr. Monitor, hit me with the bio.
2019, 3,400 yards, 32 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. Like I just said, he's 6'6", 237.
I'll be right back.
So he's a good sized quarterback. I like this pick for the Chargers. This is who I wanted the Chargers. Being a Chargers fan, I wanted them to take him.
I don't
think over Tua anyway.
I don't think they have someone with number 10, do they? On the Chargers roster?
I don't believe so. And what I like about Herbert in this pick, the Chargers have offensive weapons. He can slide in there day one and be able to perform with Keenan Allen, Hunter Henry, Eckler, Mike Williams. He's got offensive weapons around him. The big downfall is the offensive line. That's why Rivers struggled last year. He couldn't stay upright to throw the ball. And from what I've seen, Herbert can scramble, but it's not anything spectacular.
Right. I don't think he's. How am I going to compare this? I'm just going based on the small footage I've seen. The Pac-10 is probably the one conference I see the least amount of as far as college football. I'm going to say this. He's not Phillip Rivers.
No.
But I don't think he's going to be Ryan Leaf either.
Right. I think he's going to be good in the league, but not wow people. I think he's just going to be one of those guys that, one game he throws for 200 yards, the next game he throws for 350 to 400. I see that in him just because he does have a very strong arm.
Fantasy value, I personally see him late first round, but he doesn't make it out of the second round. So I'm going to go somewhere. I think the looking at him is going to basically start whenever Burrow and Tua. But like I said, we'll know how Tua is going to play out. So Tua, like I said, they might know going into the season if Tua is going to play a lot or not.
Right.
I see him going, like I said, late first, early second. I see him playing more than Tua in this year.
Yes, I do too. I think Tyrod may start a couple games, and then Herbert will take over, and it'll be Herbert's show.
Actually, I'll say this. If he even has the right offseason, if he has the right training camp, I could see him actually beating out Taylor.
He could be a day one starter. He very well could be. But like to reiterate on what Guy said, he's got no leadership skills. So who do the Chargers have on their team that can lead that team?
I mean, I guess the face of the franchise, technically, if you're going to look at it from a leader, it's got to be Keenan Allen.
Yeah, from an offensive standpoint,
Bosa. I mean,
I would
Bosa
say
and Melvin Ingram.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you do have those, but those are defensive guys. I'm talking about, a leader in the huddle. And to me, that's what a quarterback needs to do. If he's just going to go in the huddle and call a play,
Darn it, I had something pop in my head I was going to say, and I completely forgot. Is the jersey ordered yet?
No.
Alex is in the room here. Hi, Alex. Nice hair.
How you doing, Alex?
Looks nice. So, Well, unlike Tony, I will not be ordering the Tua jersey just yet.
I'm waiting for the 34th pick when the Chargers take Dobbins.
I would definitely get that one now.
I would too.
I'll just make the pick for him. What else? Oh, so it did say, by the way, that the pick for the Panthers is in.
Yep, I just saw that. I'm thinking it's going to be Simmons, hands down.
They need, obviously, they just lost Luke Kuechly, which you know because he would have been your linebacker if he wouldn't have retired. So, over the last few years, they've lost keys of that defense. He's the last piece that was major that they lost. The year before that, they lost Thomas Davis, who was a Charger last year. If it's not Simmons, I could see it. The only other pick would be Derek Brown. It's the only other. I mean, this has to be defense. They don't need a quarterback. They obviously don't need a running back. They don't need a receiver. I mean, I guess they could go a tackle. It's got to be defense. I don't see any other way.
Yeah, I feel the same thing.
And especially with Simmons being from Clemson. That's a Carolinas, at least it's from the Carolinas.
Yep.
I always forget if Clemson is north or south. I want to say it's.
I
always forget which Carolina it's in. I apologize. I don't know. Apparently, my geography with colleges isn't very good. Yeah, we're still waiting here. They're still waiting to come back. So then after that, let's see who's got the next pick.
It would be Arizona is up next.
I am back now.
And I think guy, who do you think Carolina's going to take here? Simmons.
Who's been drafted the last couple of picks? I missed those.
Herbert and Tua to the Chargers and the Dolphins.
Oh, okay, so I didn't miss anything.
Can you hear me?
Panthers?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we're on the Panthers.
They should pick Simmons.
The only other pick I would say is, if it's not Simmons, I think it's Derek Brown.
Yeah.
It's got to be defense. The only I think the third option would be, I guess, upgrade offensive line. But everything else, they're not touching.
No, I think it's going to be Simmons because they lost
Luke.
Yep.
Yeah, Kuechly. I'd be pretty surprised if it's not Simmons.
And I think, and then after here, then it starts getting interesting because then we got the Cardinals, and they could go a lot of directions.
I think Cardinals are going to go offensive tackle to keep Kyler Murray safe.
They should do that. I feel like they're going to go with CeeDee Lamb just because their coach is going to be like, we can go 4 wide all day long.
Yeah. That very well could be the first real big surprise pick because nobody's slating CeeDee Lamb to go up that high.
Right.
Here we go, Carolina.
Matt Rule's like, oh, is it our turn?
Derek Brown. Derek Brown is a Panther.
Really?
That's surprising. Let me pull him up because I had Simmons up.
The dude's a monster.
Well, I knew he was good, but I just expected Simmons.
Mr. Monitor, hit me with the bio.
God, that's so annoying.
It's a catchphrase.
2019 stats, 33 tackles, 4 sacks, 2 forced fumbles. The guy's 6'5", 318 at defensive tackle.
And he's built like a brick house.
Yeah. In 2019, he won the Law Impact Award. Don't know which one that is.
I'm going to throw this out there. The dude he's going to have to be almost double covered. I mean, this is going to, I see, now obviously fantasy value, I'm not sure where he's going to fall. I mean, he's going to be not a high pick in our league, obviously, defensive tackles are hard ones to figure out unless you're essentially Aaron Donald or I'm trying to think of what other defensive tackles really get. Now they just showed up. I mean, he can run sideline to sideline. I mean, the dude is a freak. I'm trying to think of who he reminds me of. I actually like the pick. I really do. Now, if I'm Arizona, okay, guy. So Simmons is sitting there. You still think they should take CeeDee Lamb?
No, I bet you they're getting a lot of phone calls right now, though.
Trade back?
Yeah.
They could theoretically trade back as far as, what, 10?
I think Cleveland's still set on an offensive lineman if they can't get the trade done with Washington for Trent Williams.
Oh, pick is in. Oh, they haven't gone to it yet. They're talking with like Derek Brown's family. Looks like right now. If they trade back, the thing is they can't trade back too far because you got at 11, 12, and 13, 3 potential wide receiver spots going there. If they want to take Lamb, they're gonna have to make sure they don't go beyond 10. I think.
Yeah.
Because you got the Jets. The Jets are taking.
I think the Jets would take Judy.
And then you got the Raiders want Lamb. And that's pick 11, right? Yeah, because pick 12 is it pick 12 is the Niners because that was the Colts spot.
12 is the Raiders.
12 is who's 11? 11's the Jets.
11's
the Jets. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
11's the Jets. So 11's probably Judy. 12 would be Lamb, and then 13 Ruggs.
Yeah, I think those 3 receivers. Once one goes, all 3 of them will go.
Unless someone really loves Higgins, or there's Justin Jefferson. I forgot about him.
I was going to say Justin Jefferson. I like better than Higgins.
But we're talking about the Cardinals right now. If I'm a Cardinals fan, I want them to not pick a receiver. I know their quarterback wants CeeDee Lamb because he played with them, but I mean, not every college quarterback is going to get the receiver they had in college. I think if I was a Cardinals fan, I want them to, like Tony said, either go offensive line, but personally, I say take Simmons.
Yeah, now that Simmons has fallen to them, any team that doesn't take Simmons, I don't like to pick. Simmons, you can line him up at corner, safety, and linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's what he did in college. I don't know if he'll be able to play the corner.
Here we go. Simmons went to the Cardinals. Smart move. I like it.
I can't pass on him.
Mr. Monitor.
Let me pull it up.
Okay. Hit me with the bio.
Okay. 6'4", 230 pounds. Came out as a junior. 67 tackles, 7 sacks, 1 forced fumble, 3 interceptions in 2019. Clearly his best year at Clemson. Like I just said, he can line up at. I don't see him playing corner in the NFL. I think he'd be a nickel defensive back and a damn good linebacker.
Well, I think they'll keep him at linebacker in some situation. I don't see him ever coming off the field because they can move him around. Now there are situations where you could potentially see him line up over a receiver or a tight end, as far as if they're like in a slot situation. I mean, they're not going to put him out on an island,
No.
But here's the other thing: is this kid's got all these months. How do we know he's not going to get bigger? So if he gets bigger, then you're going to they're going to keep him in the
They're going to keep him inside the box.
But
I really like this pick.
From
he's going to be the face of the Cardinals defense for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
I could see him in our league. I think once linebackers are going,
3rd round.
I was gonna say late
Yeah,
second.
I was going to say late second or early third, which I don't have either one of those round picks. So,
I like the kid. I think he's, the one thing that you got to say about Clemson is they put out solid defensive players, at least under the last 5-6 years. It's Clemson is I think almost overtaken Alabama as the premier program right now. Maybe I'm reaching on that one. I mean, actually, I shouldn't say that.
It's close.
I meant to say second premier program. I guess the premier program after Ohio State. How's that?
Yeah, Ohio State pumps out mad defense and offense, and I'll admit I'm not a big college fan, so I don't have loyalty to any college team. So I'm looking at it from like more of an outside. And Ohio State, the players that they've put out last few years have been just insane.
All right, so we got Jacksonville on the clock. So, what do you think? Are they going? Man,
I don't know what Jacksonville will do here.
Is this a surprise pick and they go with Ezra Cleveland?
That could be.
Because it seems like some of the offensive tackles are starting to drop a little bit. Why not mix it up a little bit more? I mean, I figure what you think everyone knew, no one really knows. So I'll go with that. Ezra Cleveland.
I will give you my little prediction here in 1 second. I'm just getting myself updated on where we're at. So Jacksonville.
I really could see them. They possibly could take a receiver, but I don't see it. I think they'll go offensive tackle here.
I'm going Javon Kinlaw, defensive lineman from South Carolina. That defense has been absolutely obliterated in the last year.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and they're still talking about getting rid of what's the defensive end guy? I'm horrible with names. I can't say it.
Goku?
Yeah, I mean, they're still talking about getting rid of him. I mean, they absolutely need to pretty much across the board on the defense upgrade it. I mean, Jacksonville, I'm going to throw this out there. I could see Jacksonville as the number 1 pick next year.
Yeah. I don't think that's a secret. They're kind of trying to do that.
I mean, they want probably Lawrence. But you can't.
Mm-hmm. So they're not going to take it without help their defense.
What do you do? Have the kid come in nothing? I mean,
that's why they take the offensive tackle now, so they'll have someone.
Well, if they're going tackle, I'm going to go Willis, but I think the pick is going to be Kinlaw. I mean, there's obviously the 3 stud receivers, but they don't need to add. I mean, the receiver does nothing for them right now.
No, that's why I said they could go receiver, but I don't see it because of their quarterback situation.
Actually, they'd probably be smarter off to see if they could just drop back.
Yeah, that could be an option too.
Yeah. I'm surprised they didn't work out a trade with Detroit and send them Fournette and Njoku or whatever for
a
something.
Third pick?
For a third and something. A third and like a third round or something like that.
So you're going Ezra Cleveland as your pick.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Let's gamble a little bit.
And who you pick?
It's not my team.
Tony? That's not my team either. I don't.
I'm going to say Becton from Louisville.
The big one. The big guy. I think he's the biggest.
Yeah, the big dude.
The biggest of the linemen, isn't he?
Yes.
I'm going to go Kinlaw. You know what? Here's what if we went? Let's throw this one out there also, because he's a Florida kid. What about C.J. Henderson? I mean, they got to replace Ramsey.
Yeah. Yep. But I really think the tackle's the best choice if they're going to tank 2020 and try and get Lawrence at the number 1 pick next year. I think tackle's a smart choice for him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the pick is in. We're just waiting right now. Goodell's talking to Joe Burrow. Or here's another idea. Why doesn't Jacksonville just trade for Trent Williams?
They should. I can't believe no one has yet.
Yeah.
I mean, Washington's kidding themselves. Like either figure out how to keep the kid there, or just move on from it. It's like it's like almost a distraction in itself.
The longer they wait, the less they're going to end up getting. Unless there's someone they have their eye on that they don't think is going to be picked a little bit later. Once it gets to a team they think would pick whoever they're looking at, then they'll try and pull something.
Oh. Come on, get us to Goodell here so we can get the stupid pick in. It's going on 9:30. We're only at pick 9.
Yeah. Man, last year their draft ripped right through.
C.J. Henderson.
Wow.
Florida. Seriously, I just thought, I was just sitting there looking at it. I didn't hear any, because I can't hear the TV unless I pull my thing away. I just saw Florida kid, need a replacement for Ramsey. I don't knock it. I think it.
I don't either. He's 6'1", 220?
204.
Oh, never mind. I looked at that wrong.
I have ESPN up and it just gives their stats real quick on next to their names.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm actually pulling up the whole bio. 2019 stats: 26 tackles, 11 pass deflections, no forced fumbles, no interceptions.
I mean, he's not Okuda, but I mean, he's the next best corner.
Yep.
And he's not afraid to get in there, make a stick on a play. Obviously, he's gone against some of the best talent, obviously in the SEC. And the big thing for losing Ramsey, you brought in another Florida kid. So it's a hometown kind of feel to it. And Gainesville isn't that far from Jacksonville, right? I mean, it's not.
Right.
It's like the same thing almost.
So apparently the Browns are ready to go. They already got their pick right in there. It says pick is in for them. So
it's got to be Wills.
Yeah, it's a tackle.
I don't know. It's the Browns, though. I almost feel like
the Browns should trade OBJ to Washington for Trent Williams and still keep their pick.
Yeah.
I don't know. Jordan Love?
No.
Jordan Love.
Yeah, probably one of the tackles.
Since the tackles are sliding.
I guess, you know what? I'm going to throw it out there again. Kinlaw.
I mean, eventually you'll be right.
All right, so... Well, you figure they just signed Jack Conklin. So... Who was...
And the Browns do have a very good offensive line with Myles Garrett.
defensive line?
That's what I meant.
But Kinlaw's interior defensive lineman. Garrett's a D end.
He's an edge rusher.
So that's why, I don't know. Of course, they also say if Simmons would have actually fallen here, that would have been a perfect pick for them. Actually, it wouldn't be a bad idea for the Browns. Well, never mind, the pick's in. So it wouldn't be a bad idea for them actually to trade out either. But all right, come.
I'm super surprised there hasn't been a trade yet.
All right.
Yeah, me too.
Here we go.
I expected this to go.
Wills. Tackle Bama.
Wills.
Mr. Monitor, hit me with the bio.
6'4", 312.
You're not Mr. Monitor, but we're going to take it.
What?
There it is. I had to find it.
Yeah, that's all you really. I mean,
there's not much to talk about tackles.
He's played in some of the biggest games possible. Obviously, he's blocked for some phenomenal quarterbacks as far as college quarterbacks, and like Tua, Jalen Hurts. What running backs does he block for? You got. Obviously, I mean that offensive line. I mean, Tua getting hurt a lot of the time. I don't think it was necessarily because he was getting obliterated. I mean, what the ACL tear wasn't that was on a run, wasn't it? Guy?
I'm not sure.
I don't remember.
Obviously, offensive linemen sometimes are hard to talk about.
Yeah.
Obviously, going there. So now you got Willis on one side. You're going to have Jack Conklin, who was phenomenal tackle for the Titans last few years. I mean, there's no reason with the talent around Mayfield. They're going to go. They're as good as Mayfield takes them. You know, you got
I
a
agree with that.
1,500-yard running back in Chubb with Kareem Hunt as your backup. You have everything you need. They just signed.
You have Landry and OJ.
Beckham. You got Austin Hooper, who's a solid tight end. I mean, there's no reason for this team to not be a playoff contender next year.
I honestly thought in 2019 they would have made some headway in making the playoffs, but it was a failure.
I mean, I think I would agree that we all thought that the Browns were going to be better last year, but I did say going into last year they're going to be as good as Baker takes them, and Baker.
Yeah.
You know, was it a sophomore slump or was the first year just kind of like a fluke?
I think Baker's a little bit like Cam Newton, where he's great when he's having fun and enjoying himself, but once he gets frustrated, it kind of just goes right down the chute.
Do you think he's a little overrated?
A little bit, yeah. I don't think he's a bad quarterback, but I don't think he's
not like, all the hype that comes with him. You know, I mean, look at the division he's in. You could actually, at this point right now, let's pretend, let's just throw this out there hypothetically. Roethlisberger is 100% healthy. Mayfield's, I think, in my opinion, is the fourth best quarterback in that division. Lamar Jackson's obviously better. You know, healthy Roethlisberger's better. And I think at this point, I might take Burrow. I mean, he's not Mayfield isn't Johnny Manziel, but there is some. What's the word I'm looking for? Not character issue, but he's a little caught up in his hype.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and so he's like, well, I'm Baker Mayfield. I have all these commercials, and they're talking about me, and blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of Baker Mayfield, I guess. But this pick is a good pick for Cleveland. I think I know Conklin made the comment. They want Chubb to run. You know, they want to definitely see if they can't get Chubb to, they want to make a push, I think, for 2,000. I heard Conklin make that comment, and now you just added another offensive lineman. And Tony, you're missing a phenomenal rat commercial here. They literally have a commercial with a Geico commercial has rat in it.
Oh, really?
I love it.
That's terrible.
Guy, just I actually do like the band Rat.
Mm-hmm.
Little rat to throw out there. I mean, they're not as good as Cinderella. They're not as good as Bon Jovi or Def Leppard, but they're not. I mean, or Crossing Bard.
There you go.
Promotion for you there, guy. They're better than Slipknot. I think we can all agree on that.
Nope.
So.
Finally, a man that agrees with me. I deal with this guy every day at work, and it's just painful.
Come on, Stephen Percy is a better singer than Corey Taylor.
No.
All right, so now we're up to the Jets here. I mean, is it?
Let's go back.
Is it a mystery? Is it that it's not going to be a receiver?
It's a receiver. Just which one?
Yeah, I mean,
I like Judy. Of the three, I like Judy the best.
Yeah, I out of the receivers this year, I like Justin Jefferson the best personally, but I understand why he's lower on the grading than the other three.
I mean, Judy, you can kind of put at any of the receiver slots, and he'll make plays. He could turn a 5-yard slant into a 50-yard play. I'm not sure his actual top end. He might not be like the most deadly. I mean, he's not like Randy Moss. Obviously, he's not going to be able to go and outrun everyone and outjump everyone in the same instance. But I see Judy. Well, Judy, Lamb, and Ruggs are all going to be first-round picks in our league. But no matter where they go.
Yep.
Guy, who are you thinking? Judy? You thinking Lamb? Are you thinking Ruggs?
I honestly think for these next three picks, it's going to go Judy, Lamb, Ruggs.
Or there is still one more of the big tackles sitting out there. Or there's really two of them. It wouldn't hurt.
I don't think the Jets care about their quarterback that much, though.
Yeah.
I don't know. They got the general manager's hugging either his daughter or it looks like it's his daughter. So they're excited.
It's probably Judy.
They're excited about something.
I'll have to say of those three, I think Ruggs is going to be a bust.
Watch, he ends up being the best of the three. No, I would agree. I would agree. Personally, I think I would go Judy first, then I would go Lamb, then I would go Jefferson, then I would actually go Higgins.
Going
Ruggs.
back, if the Raiders draft Ruggs, I see Ruggs as being a Hayward Bay receiver. Fast, but not very good.
Yeah.
If the Raiders take that and they didn't learn their lesson from before, I know it's a new general manager and a coach and all that stuff, but I just don't see it in Rugg.
No, it's essentially the next two picks should go. San Francisco is going to one that's going to take the leftover.
Yep.
It's got to be Judy Lamb here. I think the Raiders would prefer Lamb.
Jets gonna be like, we're gonna take Chase Claypool.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Or what's a Jet type move here? What would be? Let's try and think of what the Jets Jets would do. Old school thinking. Oh, the pick is in. He's got it in his hand.
McKinney.
Ken O'Brien. They went offensive tackle, Becton.
Wow.
It's not a bad move. I mean, it really actually isn't. Holy cow. I wonder if they can sign his dad, too. Because they got bookends if they can sign the dad. I'm just watching. They got the family on here, and I mean, the dad's got to be pushing 400.
Wow. Yeah, I just saw it because Guy and I are on delay.
Right. Yeah, I'll see in another 35 seconds.
What, 6'7", 264 is what they just said.
On here it says 6'7", 269.
They just got done showing him playing some basketball here. Apparently he's freaking baby Shaq.
This shows 6'7", 364.
Showing him run he runs a 40 and 5'10". I mean, he's what, 364, 365 running the.
He's young.
I can't run
he's
it. I can't run that.
2 seasons with Arizona. Or with Arizona. I see a Cardinal and I think Arizona. Louisville.
I think that's going to be the biggest question mark maybe is going from, I mean, I'm not saying Louisville is small, but in comparison to New York City, some people, that's the one thing that is they don't transcend well to those kind of environments. But, if the kid pans out like they're hoping, I mean, you got Darnold is upright, and I liked Darnold coming out of college. I mean, I don't think he's done what everyone expected, but I think they're starting to do things around the Jets. I think they're making good decisions. I think it's a smart pick because there's enough receivers in this draft where they can always come back and get another one.
Yeah, the receivers
are deep.
Yeah, it's deep. They'll be able to get a good receiver in the third round.
So now we got the Raiders pick. Now,
Judy.
Yeah, Judy.
No question.
I don't see them going CD. I think CD
the pick is in.
Is gonna.
I mean, just because it says the pick is in doesn't mean they're kicking right to it.
Right.
You know, the one thing about the Raiders you got to remember is you're dealing with Mike Mayock, and he has his own kind of. And I'm not saying I agreed with some of his picks he made last year. You know, he might go with something that we're not even thinking.
I mean, Mike Mayock was like ESPN's top.
He was their Mel Kiper.
Maybe
he was
NFL
Network's Mel Kiper.
Right.
Yeah, it's got to be receiver. If it's not receiver, what do you think it is, Guy?
Quarterback.
I honestly don't see Love or anybody going that high with them having.
I don't think they'd pick Love. I think if they were going to go quarterback, I think they would take Eason.
I don't think they're going quarterback at all.
No, I don't think I don't either. But they're showing on here. They got like a wall of some. They got like I see Plunkett, some Mike Haynes, and now they're showing Las Vegas. That's going to be a mouthful to say, Las Vegas Raiders. I still say San Diego Chargers.
I still do too.
I changed my mind. I think the Raiders are going to go Henry Ruggs.
Do you?
Yeah, just because they always seem to do something almost right.
Hayward Bay.
Yep.
You know, they hit on some, and some they're just off on.
You know what? Mm-hmm. I'm just sitting here thinking. I'm thinking about what Mayock said last year when he picked Farrell. He wants leaders. He made a big point to Farrell when he drafted him with was it the 4th overall pick? I think he'll go Judy for that reason right there. I don't know if Lamb is necessarily a leader. I think Judy kind of reminds me of someone that's going to be a worker. You know, obviously Gruden wants someone they got to be able to deal with Gruden too. So I don't know. Lamb seems a little divish for me, but we're about to find out. It's in his hand. Henry Ruggs.
Nice call, Guy.
It just sounded too good for the Raiders to.
All right, Mr. Monitor, hit me with the bio.
6 foot, 190-pound receiver. So he's going to be a slot guy, but he's a burner. He'll get deep. My problem with it, do the Raiders really have a quarterback that can get it that deep? Derek Carr's good, but in 2019, 40 receptions, 746 yards with 7 touchdowns, and 18.6 average.
I don't think in Gruden's offense they're looking to necessarily go all the way down the field, though. Am I inaccurate on that, Guy?
What'd you say again?
I don't think in Gruden's offense it's really meant to go necessarily down the field, though. It's more like kept within probably like a 20, 25 yard. They want to move it down the field. They don't want to rocket it down the field.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I could see Rugg becoming a faster version of Edelman or Welker, maybe.
Well, I don't understand how the Raiders are going to use because what was Ruggs? He's 5'11",
6 foot.
Yeah. So, what are they going to do with rookie they drafted last year, slot receiver?
Oh, Renfro?
Yeah, Renfro. Are they going to put Ruggs on the outside because he's got more speed?
Well, also remember they also signed Nelson Aguilera.
Aguilar.
Aguilar. So there's essentially your guy that's going to go down the field.
He's slow.
Is he?
Yeah, compared to these other guys.
Yeah, Rugg had the fastest 40 time. I don't take too much stock in the combine 40 times because they don't have pads on.
Okay.
So
okay. They just show the guy like jumping just inside the free throw line and dunking it. So the dude's got ups.
yeah.
I mean, he's 5'11". I'd hate to see this kid's vertical what it actually is.
The guy's an athlete, but with Judy and Lamb both being there for the Raiders, I don't really like this pick.
All right, Ruggs, what do you think? First round pick, probably mid first round pick, mid to late first in our league.
Yeah, mid to late maybe.
Yeah.
I can tell you, I will not draft him.
Neither will I.
I will not either.
Well, you might. You're the back end.
I probably won't take him.
The biggest question mark is going to be who's going to end up being the guy throwing to him more. Is it going to be Mariota or is it going to be Carr?
Neither.
Neither? You think they're going to draft someone? And
I think something else is going to happen there.
Cam? You got to remember, though, here's the thing. They got to be able to run Gruden's offense.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. I mean, that's why I think actually maybe Dalton wouldn't be a bad fit there.
I never thought of that.
Yeah.
And then you send, let's say if they work the deal somehow, Dalton goes to the Raiders, and then Carr goes to the Bengals. But Carr goes with the understanding that Burrow's the guy, you're here to kind of work with him, mentor him, and then if something happens, then you're in the spot.
Mm-hmm.
And Carr seems like his brother. Think about it. How many quarterbacks did his brother mentor? I mean, his brother was a first overall pick, and was always like wherever he went, always had like a cool attitude about working with Eli Manning. Where else was he that he worked with someone? I'm trying to think if there was another team that he worked with. Sorry, I don't have the David Carr bio on me right here.
I was never a big Carr fan.
So the Niners are up. I mean, it's got to be Judy.
It's Judy or CD, whatever one they like better. There's no argument about that. They're going to take a receiver, and then the next pick, I think Denver is going to take the other one.
Tony, where are you?
Hiding.
Outside, because I'm looking at the TV, and then also I just kind of glance down. All I see is a chair. Oh, there you are.
I'm right here.
Again, I don't know what to say about Ruggs. I was really high on Judy. Like, I remember, like, the first time I saw Judy, I'm like, this is the guy. Of all the receivers this year, I thought it was Jerry Judy would have been the first one gone.
I think San Francisco's going to trade down.
You do? I mean, do you think that's what they need, though? I mean, this is what they need. Is they need a big time wide receiver, and this. I mean, they got. I mean, think about pairing Judy and Deebo Samuel together. Oh, you got to trade.
Really?
Yeah, for real.
Denver. Tampa? They moved up one spot.
I don't know. Right now they're showing Tampa in 13 and 14. So I don't know if they just haven't switched it or they're just waiting for the whole thing to come in. But right now it's showing Tampa. So what do you think? This has got to be
O.J. Howard.
I'm thinking, what do you think? Tampa, probably 13 is going to be Wes Welker. 14, we think Edelman. What other expatriates can we unbury here? They need a backup. They need a backup quarterback, so they're gonna bring in Bledsoe, and Brady's gonna get hurt halfway through the year, and then Bledsoe's gonna take him to the Super Bowl, and then he's gonna.
Wow, that's a little reach.
No, but okay, so this has got to be okay. This has got to be Wirfs. This has got to be the tackle.
Yeah, it's got to be because the Bucs have the receivers. They don't need any more. So at 13 and 14, they're going to take either best defense or tackles to keep Brady healthy.
Nope, San Francisco's at 14, but the pick is in. They just finally put it up there. When they first did, they were probably waiting for the full details. All they knew was Tampa Bay was getting 13. Yeah, right now in the coaching spot, they're not showing Arians, they're showing Brady, and in the general manager spot, they got Gronk. Just kidding.
I don't know if I like this trade, moving up one spot when you knew San Francisco probably wasn't going to take a tackle.
I mean, not to sound weird, but what if they actually wanted to get one of these receivers?
That would be scary.
I mean, let me throw this out there, guy. Evans isn't exactly the healthiest guy.
No. Oh, I just lost my feed.
Uh-oh.
Oh. What's going on?
Guy's having all kinds of technical difficulties.
Man, I tell you what.
You're still broadcasting. I know that. We can still hear you, so.
Okay, I got it back now.
I haven't gotten anyone saying that they can't hear us.
Man, what was San Francisco trade? It's got to be like.
Well, it wouldn't be O.J. Howard going to the Niners. Why would they want him? They don't need him.
They'd be Kittles.
They wanted another backup tight end too. Howard could be part of the trade. I don't know, unless they're going for one of the receivers, or if they're going to go for
back.
No, not this high. They wouldn't have had to trade to do that. Kinlaw seems like he'd be a good fit there. Let's either gotta be for Judy. It's either gotta be for Judy or tackle.
Or Kinlaw.
Yeah. Jordan Love.
Jordan Love.
Watch. Brady's a Niner now. All right, here we go. Goodell's got the card.
Garoppolo was sent to Tampa Bay.
Yep, Wirfs. Tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Wirfs.
Yep. So I'm
Iowa Buckeye.
So with Wirfs going, I mean, obviously they need to upgrade the offensive line because you need to obviously keep Brady upright. I mean, obviously.
I don't understand this trade.
I'd like to know what the Niners have gotten, and they haven't obviously. I mean, unless one of you guys can look it up online. They haven't.
I've been looking. They're not.
They haven't shown it yet. I bet the details aren't fully out. Sometimes the details don't necessarily come out right away. They might, it might be a few minutes before they actually get them all fully worked out. Whatever. If it was a cheap deal, maybe the Niners looked at it like, I guess why? The Niners weren't going to take a tackle. What was that?
That's why I don't get it. The trade makes no sense.
I mean, this benefits Brady. This benefits, as of right now, it's Ronald Jones. The biggest. So I guess we're back to San Francisco. I'm still saying Judy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go CeeDee Lamb.
You got to be different.
Yeah.
I'm going to step away for about 2 seconds here. I'm going to grab something to drink so you guys have the mic.
I'm going to take Justin Jefferson here, just to be different.
It's not bad. Yeah, I thought I've seen his name associated with him.
Yeah. I mean, he's not a bad receiver at all. It's just what John Lynch. Hey, I just figured out the trade. John Lynch was trying to give his old team some respect. There you go. I figured it out. But John Lynch is a smart guy, and he's gonna draft a player that fits his team. If he feels Jefferson's that fit over Lamb and Judy, that's going to be the pick.
Yeah.
And then at 15, you got the Broncos sitting there that they're going to get a quality receiver for Drew Lock.
Yep. Yeah, they're going to get one of the guys they wanted anyway. And they didn't even have to trade up.
Yeah, and all three of us expected the Jets to take a receiver and the Niners to take a receiver, and the Raiders obviously did. So all three of the top receivers, as far as the grades go, would be taken by the time the Broncos pick. So the fact that one of them is falling to them, they're going to be happy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, gentlemen, I am back.
Yay.
So we're at commercial right now. So we got, like I said, San Francisco up.
Oh, by the way, I took Justin Jefferson at this pick.
Oh, okay.
Just to be different.
All right. Well, I'm still sticking with Judy. I guess let's just go talk back about that. Any information on that trade?
No, I figured it out though. John Lynch was trying to give his old team some respect.
It's because of you wearing the jersey, Tony.
Oh yeah, I am wearing my All-Star. Look at that.
Yeah, I'd really want to. I'd love to know who went there. So, okay, so we're sitting here right now. We got. Do you think the Niners could trade back even more?
That's what I was just wondering.
I think they could. I think one of those lower teams, now that CeeDee Lamb and Judy have dropped this far, I think another team might come up and San Francisco just rack up some draft picks.
Because I'm going to throw there's as an idea. If they'd only move back one spot, would it be out of the realm to think they'd move back another spot with Denver? And
that's what I was just wondering.
Denver take one of the receivers?
Yeah. Yeah, I think Denver's going to take one of the receivers anyway.
So pick's not in yet.
Nope.
I'll also throw this out there as another idea. If they keep the pick and don't go receiver, Kinlaw. I'm gonna nail this at some point.
No. I'd say if it's not the receiver, it's got to be Xavier McKinney.
Safety. That would have been my second guess.
Yeah.
But you did just lose some interior defensive linemen there.
Okay, I got the trade breakdown. Okay. The Buccaneers, say they traded. Come on, load. Okay, so the Bucs got Tristan Wirfs on that pick, and also pick number 245. The Niners are getting that 14 and 117.
So what? That's fourth round.
Yep.
Right.
Could be. I wish they would have listed it as which round and not which pick. Too much math.
So you move back one spot with a player that got taken that you obviously didn't want, to move up 100 spots later. I mean, it's not horrible.
No, I mean, they probably call and like, we take this, and they're probably like, sure.
But still, why did the Buccaneers feel they had to do that?
I don't get it. I didn't see San Francisco taking a tackle there, so the pick or the trade, it just didn't make any sense.
I mean, unless they were thinking that there was another team that was that super interested that was going to bounce up in front of them, I guess. But
unless the team was talking to the Niners, trying to trade up, and the Niners called Tampa Bay and were like, hey, this is what we got. We got this offer. You got anything for us?
Hey, your quarterback grew up a fan of us, so we want to help you out. Yeah, I still think the Niners go Judy. And I know you said Jefferson, and you said Lamb, right, Guy? I mean, it's got to be receiver.
Mm-hmm. If it's not Lamb, it's McKinney is what I'll go with.
If it's not a receiver, then I'm going to go with Kinlaw.
It's a receiver. I'm not even going to think about it.
It's got to be. Why would you give up? Think about what they gave up. They traded away their interior defensive lineman who was a first-round pick for them a few years ago, just to get. Yeah, it's got to be a receiver. Oh, they're showing John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan right now.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll talk about whichever receiver it is. Like I said, I'm bigger on Judy. I don't know if I've said that enough yet. Comparison to other receivers that.
What's your favorite receiver, Eric?
Oh, here we go. Niners. Kinlaw. Javon Kinlaw. That surprises me.
South Carolina Gamecock, 6'6", 310. It surprises me too. 15 solo tackles, 6 sacks in 2019.
How big was he again?
6'6", 310.
So he's obviously.
I got 6'5", 324.
Yeah, this is on the ESPN bio. You just type in their name, and this is what's coming up. So,
well, it depends. You know, who knows? Half the time the numbers are upgraded, or
yeah.
I
just think it's funny. They're different numbers all over the place.
I don't like this pick. I don't understand this at all.
I don't either.
I don't either. You have an offense where you have essentially a running back by committee, and you don't really have any receiver threat. You have a tight end. You have your tight end essentially is your threat. So they needed to add a big time receiver here, unless your frame of their thought is we're going to trade back into the first, and then we're going to get whatever is left in the first round, because they're not going to be picking then for a while.
Right.
I don't like this pick at all. I mean, all you did was you traded away
Buckner.
Right, you traded away essentially to pick up a smaller version of the same player.
Yeah.
For the same position. It just, I don't know. It just baffles my mind. Not an Irish fan. I guess I don't really care, but.
Think of this, Eric. Atlanta picks or Denver's going to pick a receiver most likely here.
I think Denver's going to Judy.
And then we got Atlanta, Dallas, and then Denver. Do you see Atlanta or Dallas picking the other receiver? Because then
Atlanta's not taking
Judy
a receiver. Atlanta's taking a corner.
Oh, well, right. That's what I'm saying. So Atlanta's out for receiver. So you got one of the two gone. So it's very possible that your Miami Dolphins gets Judy or Lamb.
Wow.
Atlanta getting Judy or Lamb?
No, he said
Miami.
Because he's Miami.
18. Oh, okay.
Well, I don't think either one will be there. I think what you're going to see happen is Dallas had no intention of taking a receiver probably with that pick, but now
Right.
they probably will. I see them picking either Lamb or Atlanta's not taking a receiver. Atlanta's taking defense.
No. Yeah.
They'll either take one of the safeties or AJ Terrell. Atlanta. I see Judy going right here.
Pick is in.
Well, the pick is in, but until they go to Goodell. I mean, every team that's picked an offensive tackle, I absolutely agree with. But that one is the one pick so far. I'll say that one and the other pick was the Giants pick was the one. That's I think the only of the tackles that I disagree with. I think they should have went defense. If it's not a receiver here, what are we thinking? Defensive back? I mean, they haven't replaced Harris yet because he just left. So this could be a corner spot too, I guess, if they don't go receiver. Or one of the safeties. I actually like the receiver out of LSU more than I like McKinney. The Delpit?
Delpit.
Yeah.
Actually, of all the safeties, actually Winfield is the one I actually like the most.
Mm-hmm.
But he's going to probably be there in the second round.
So the Broncos are going to take, I think they're taking Judy and then Atlanta. Atlanta's next after them. I'll go with Chase on for Atlanta. He's a long snapper, isn't he?
Atlanta probably. Dion probably wants to come back so he can get number 21. He's all pissed off. All right. So it looks like here we are, Goodell. He's got a sweater on now.
Mr. Roger.
Yep. Very good choice. I mean, I don't think I can say enough good things.
Was it Judy?
It was Jerry Judy. I mean, that's going to be a scary tandem, him and Sutton.
Mm-hmm.
They're doing everything to make Drew Lock successful. You know, they picked up Melvin Gordon. This is a win-win. I don't think Denver thought he'd be there.
No.
Mr. Monitor hit me with the bio.
6 foot 192 pounds. 2019 stats: 77 receptions, 1,163 yards, 10 touchdowns. In 2018 was his best as far as yardage and touchdowns. But yeah, this guy's good.
Yeah, he's Guy, what are you crunching up?
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
I think he's going to be. He's not Julio Jones. I'm just going Alabama receivers here. He's not Julio Jones, but I think he'll be better than Kelvin Ridley.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
Fantasy value. He's definitely first round pick. I could see him as early as 4.
I could see him going higher now that he's going to Denver, which Denver needed receiver help. So he's going to be a day one, throw him in there and see what he can do. So he's going to make an impact early.
I'd say he's in the 4 to 8 range. I don't think he makes it.
I can see that.
And I guess, well, you know what? I'll expand it because a lot of running backs might go. He doesn't make it past 10. Let's just put it that way. So I'm going to put him 4 to 10.
Depends on what running backs are around at 10.
So I put him 4 to 10. Like I said, production I think will be solid. Drew Lock's got a solid arm, but of course Drew, even though was a rookie last year, Luck is still kind of like Locke is still kind of like a rookie because he didn't play that much, so he's got still a big learning curve. But there's definitely enough pieces around him to ease it off him. He's solid at receiver, solid at running back. Tight end, there's I see Noah Fant having a solid career. They got enough pieces. I mean, what Denver now needs to work on is defense. He got you almost got to find Von Miller's replacement or just someone to put on the other side. He's in the later years of his career now.
Yep.
All right, so now we got Atlanta.
Like we talked about, they're going defense.
We're on a consensus on that. Just a matter of what they do. Oh, they're showing a bunch of Beastie Boy clips here. Oh, there's actually a Beastie Boys movie.
You gotta fight.
There's a Beastie Boy movie coming out. It's on Apple TV. It's called The Beastie Boys.
Is it really?
I'm still mad I never got to see him live.
It's a Spike Lee production. I wonder if they'll all be wearing like Ewing jerseys. Ewing, Allen Houston, and John Starks.
Hey, don't knock John Starks,
Scott
man.
Whitty would approve of what you just said, Tony. Little shout out to Scott Whitty. Guy and Ross will get that one. Someone we went to high school with.
Oh.
He was a diehard John Starks fan.
He was one of my favorite guards. I hated the Knicks, but I love John Starks.
I did not.
I hated all the Knicks.
Respected Ewing, though.
I respected Ewing, but I still hated him because he was a Knick.
I respected Oakley. But no, I was
never
never a
cared
Knick
for
fan.
Oakley.
Actually, speaking of, they're just showing the Last Dance thing right now. So,
pick is in.
Yeah, we're at commercial right now, so they're not doing anything until they come back. I'm going to throw this out there. So far, it's a solid draft. It's not flashy. There's not a lot of big, flashy moves going on.
I honestly thought there'd be more trading.
I think teams are really looking just to build right now. They're building solid bases to protect their players. I think everyone's looking at the receiver depth in this draft, and they can get them. They can get solid stuff going into the second and third round.
Yeah, I mean, the running back talent is there. The receiver talent is there. Nobody really has to move, and they're going to get quality.
I mean, but right now, as far as offensive linemen, you're not going to see one Cleveland's probably the next one gone. But you're going to sit on him. He's going to sit now for a while. I mean, there's too much other talent that's a little bit better, I'd say, that you can't let pass by. Who's going to be the one that's going to jump up there and try to nab one more quarterback in this first round? If it's Love or Eason or Fromm, which I don't think it would be Fromm, but
I think Fromm is a late second, maybe third round. I think Jalen Hurts will be picked before Fromm.
I wouldn't be surprised if Hurts goes in this round.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Over Love?
Maybe.
Well, the difference between the two is at least with Hurts, at least you have someone that's proven it on the biggest scale. Whereas with Love, there's a lot of unknowns.
Yeah, he played for Utah, so
like I hate the throwing. Oh, it's Utah State. It's not even Utah. Like I hate when they do the comparison to Mahomes because it's not a fair comparison because Mahomes was playing against tougher competition. And Mahomes wasn't like this project. I mean, everyone knew what they were getting when they drafted Mahomes. I mean, they had comparisons to Brett Favre when he was coming out of college.
Yeah.
I still can't believe I got him at 12.
I still can't believe how ugly these Atlanta Falcons jerseys are. I'm sorry.
I
I'm sorry.
hate them.
The mean machine.
I do not like them.
Yeah, Arthur Blank's wearing Matt Ryan. It must be his grandkids got Kelvin Ridley on. I mean, I guess it could be his kid. I don't know how old his wife is.
28, probably.
Yeah. I know Dan Quinn's got the Patrick Curry jersey hanging in his office, though. Come on. Where's Roger? Here we go.
I think of those Atlanta jerseys. It's the ATL on the front I don't like.
AJ Terrell, corner Clemson. I like it.
Yeah, we knew it was a defensive. I was thinking defensive back.
I actually would have had, on my own personal board, I would have had Terrell as a second best corner in this draft. And then I would have went Henderson, but so I think they got an absolute steal here. And he's actually a hometown kid. He's actually from Atlanta. They're just showing this on the TV right now.
So
hit me
Terrell
with the bio.
Is 6'1", 190 pounds. 2019 stats are 24 tackles, 2 interceptions, 3 pass deflections. 2018 was his best year. Had 2 forced fumbles, 3 interceptions. So I think he's going to make an impact in the NFL.
He's going to be a solid corner. Yeah, they're getting a solid football player. They're not going to. This is not going to be a bust. And I'm saying this here obviously right now, but I'm high on this kid.
Like you said, Clemson puts out defensive players. They know what they're doing.
Fantasy value, he's not going to have much in our league because obviously he's a corner.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But going to Atlanta, they're adding. Who'd they add? They added. No, they didn't. They actually have lost defensive players, so they needed this bad. I was thinking Vic Beasley, but he just went to the Titans, right?
Yeah, Trufant went to Detroit, which he's older, but he's still a good corner. So they replaced him.
No, this is an upgrade.
Oh yeah, well yeah, that's what I'm saying.
This is like on Team DLG. It's like when you put Major Blood at support, you just upgrade your support from what you had. Sorry, a little humor there. I know a lot of people don't understand what I'm talking about, but you have a corner here who's obviously played in some of the biggest games. I mean, he's played at least in 2 national championships.
Yeah.
So now we're to Dallas. You're Jerry Jones guy.
I think it's going to be CeeDee Lamb being Jerry Jones, trying to get in Jerry Jones' head. He's known for taking the best available or something completely off the wall.
Mm-hmm. So I don't think they reach for that Gladney at cornerback here.
Nope.
They could take the linebacker.
They should.
Who's a good linebacker who's still out there?
There is Kenneth Murray.
I think that's who I was thinking of.
From
Patrick
Oklahoma.
Queen.
And Queen.
Yep, Queen. That's the other one I couldn't think of.
CeeDee Lamb's a Hollywood pick right there, though.
No, I go either Lamb or Jefferson.
They don't really. Do they really need another running or wide receiver right there?
I understand they don't, but we're not talking about ordinary thinking here. We're talking about Jerry Jones.
Yeah.
And he likes to make the splash.
About Cesar Ruiz, they can place Frederick.
That would be a reach at center.
Well, no, I get where what he's saying is actually makes sense. I just don't know.
Yes,
I
it
just
does.
don't know if 17 is where you take that player.
Right.
I think you trade. They'd make more sense to trade back up into the bottom half, where he's still gonna be sitting there. I mean, I could be dead wrong on that guy, but I mean, it's not like I understand your thought process on why you would take him.
Mm-hmm.
But I just think 17 is too high.
Probably.
I mean, you have these safeties out there. I think it's either receiver or safety. So I'm gonna say either Lamb, Jefferson, or Delpit. I don't know. They're showing them right now. The pick is in, and everyone looked happy from wearing a cowboy war room.
I say it's either Lamb or
it's got to be Lamb.
McKinney.
It's got to be Lamb.
Hopefully it's a quarterback so they can trade Dak.
Oh my God! It was Love.
They just keep both of them.
We're watching. We're all dead wrong, and it's like Ezra Cleveland.
Van Jefferson. You got the wrong one in.
Shea Patterson. So now Jones is on the phone. I'm guessing Jones is calling McCarthy right now. Because they're like both on the phone, and Jones is on first, and then all of a sudden, they're both like they're laughing and smiling and just so happy. Jerry Jones is like in an all-white room right now. It's like really weird.
Yeah, it's creepy.
Why does Mike McCarthy have so many Gatorade cups?
I don't know. What's with the little basket?
It's got a little
care package.
It's like something you find at Bed Bath & Beyond.
It does. You would know, wouldn't you?
Come on, let's go get to Roger here so we can get this pick. Here we go. CeeDee Lamb. Guess what? We're halfway there, Tony. All right, Mr. Monitor, hit me with the bio.
Oh, 2019 stats: 62 receptions, 1,300 yards, 14 touchdowns. He's 6'2", 191 pounds. Yeah, he's gonna make an impact. It gives Dax another weapon. Played in big games. I mean that.
I think it's a good pick. I mean, for someone that there's no way that they thought would be at 17, this is like a steal.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
What do you think, Guy? Or
I don't know. I kind of didn't want them to take receiver there just because I like Michael Gallup and I wanted to see him develop more. But this just seems like it cuts into his development. Plus, on the fantasy side, probably hurts his output as well.
good
Yeah,
point.
I didn't think about that.
But now also remember, you got a whole new offensive scheme that's going to be in there from what you had. So, I think it's a good pick. And who knows? It gives him flexibility to maybe move something else.
Yeah.
From a fantasy standpoint, I see him definitely. I could see him going anywhere as early as 6, 7.
I could see him, like you said, between 4 and 10, like Judy, because because of the team he went to. Like Guy said, it's going to hurt his fantasy production.
Then he goes to fall. Then he could, by that standpoint, he would actually be more of a later first round pick.
Well, right.
CeeDee Lamb, I don't really have like a feel for him. I don't really.
Yeah, I don't either.
Guy, what do you think he's going to be? You think he's going to be?
I think he'll be similar to Calvin Ridley's stats. That's my comp with him.
Okay, I'd go there.
And so I think it just depends on how long they'll sign Cooper for, or how long Cooper stays as effective as what he's doing now.
For Dallas's sake, he doesn't end up like John Ross.
Yeah. No, I think Ruggs is going to be that guy. So we got Miami coming up next.
Miami is on the clock. Okay, I'm not going to lie, guys. I want a running back right here.
I don't think they'll take a running back.
I don't think they're going to take
pick or the second round.
I don't think they're going to take an offensive lineman here, though. Only because of what's left. I think they'll sit for the late first round. The 20 is at 26. They'll wait for that to get whatever, if it's Cleveland or if it's Josh Jones. I'm gonna go running back. I'm saying that right now. I'm saying either Dobbins or Swift.
I'm not real familiar with what Miami has on their defensive side.
It wouldn't be horrible for them to get one of the safeties. And then they can move on. But it's got to be, they got to go offense. This first round has got to be all offense. They had to nail a quarterback, an offensive lineman, and a running back. And I would have preferred it in a different order. Like the offensive lineman actually first. But obviously, you got to wonder. Okay, so let's say they don't take Tua. Then are one of the two of them still sitting there? Either Herbert or Tua?
No, probably not.
No, I think Jacksonville would have took at 9. I think they would have took the other one.
Yeah. You're probably right. No, you're probably right. I just think if it was Tua for Jacksonville at 9, that's just too risky. Miami actually has more around that has more on offense than Jacksonville does. And you have Jacksonville still sitting about, they're thinking about trading their running back away,
Yeah.
Who's going to want him, though?
Well, let me throw you this. I'm going to go back to Randy Moss. When Moss, what, you wouldn't give a 4th round for him?
Depends on what I've already got.
Oh, true. No, you're right. What's a good example then for him to go? See, I don't think. Detroit's still I don't understand why they keep talking about the Detroit having to. If Kerryon Johnson stays healthy, it's not like Fournette's like this image of health either.
Yeah.
Right.
Pick is in.
For Miami, I think they either go Isaiah Wilson, another tackle. Safety. Is that Chin? Jeremy Chin?
Jeremy Chin.
Yeah.
Oh, I actually could see Jefferson. Put someone on the other side of Parker.
I still think they take a running back here, though.
I think they need to take a running back here. I want a running back here. I'm a Dolphins fan. I am saying to you right now, please get us. I don't care which one it is. Just get us one of these running backs.
I don't think they're going to take a running back at 18.
Mm-mm.
Sorry to burst your bubble there, buddy, but I don't see it. Because honestly, I don't. Unless something shocks at the last couple picks, I don't see a running back being taken in the first round.
Someone will go. Someone will go somewhere in this first round, I'm sure. General manager's talking to someone right now for Miami. Chris Greer. So I'm guessing it's the pick. Brian Flores' kids are doing some dance moves for the camera.
He's probably pulling off fantasy pick and just writes down last name Jefferson.
Oh, just for a side note for everyone watching this, I know the Dolphins have this pick, and I'm glad they do. That being said, I still wish they would have kept Fitzpatrick instead of getting this. I hated that trade.
It's surprising.
I didn't understand it.
Well, those guys that wanted out because they thought it was so bad, they're now looking at the Dolphins and be like the talk of the town.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Austin Jackson, tackle out of USC.
So we don't position, got the player wrong.
I don't hate it. Like I said, the only thing I'm gonna say is I wish they would have waited to 26 to get it. But they needed to get a tackle somewhere, so getting it here. Mr. Monitor, hit me with the bio. Austin Jackson.
They got it. Oh, never mind. We got Austin Jackson listed on here as a safety.
Unless there's another one.
I have Austin Jackson at 6'5", 322.
Oh, there is. Plays for Oklahoma.
He got real excited then, didn't he? He's like, "Oh my god!"
No.
I was confused. I was like, "What?"
Oh, way higher than I thought I was going to.
Like I said, I'm not really. I mean, I know the name, but I'm not very familiar with Austin Jackson. I don't follow a lot of Pac-10, Pac-12 football.
I don't follow any college football really.
You don't?
Not really. I mean, I watch Michigan's the only team I really keep up with.
That surprises me, guy. You throw me a curveball every now and
then. Yeah, pretty much I do all my scouting the last 2 weeks before the draft.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I did.
So, actually, now I remember seeing a bio on this kid. Actually, I think a few days ago. He's actually a good human being. You know, I'm hoping that it pans out. Like I said, I would rather have them wait to pick this player, 26, take the running back here. But we got a guy that hopefully is going to keep Tua upright, keep him safe, keep him healthy, and whatever running back gets in there, hopefully bust some holes open. So next we got the Raiders.
The Raiders.
What do you think on here? Safety?
Yeah, I'm thinking either.
Or will this be one of the linebackers going?
I'm thinking it's going to be. I'm leaning more towards linebacker than safety. Maybe
What's
Queen at this pick.
Best edge rusher left. Oh, jeez.
Get your Matos or
he's pretty way down there. I'm gonna go with either. I like either Murray or Queen here.
I mean, I don't think you can miss on either one, but I lean more towards Queen than Murray.
Unless they go, you know what? I wouldn't be shocked to see a tackle go here. I mean, at this point, as many have been taken, I mean, it's not like a horrible idea to add another tackle.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Never a bad idea to add a tackle.
Oh, pick is in. He's
Already? Jeez.
Is he really? Already?
I have no idea. Xavier McKinney.
Got a great shot of a Rod Stewart billboard. They're showing Vegas right now. Corner out of Ohio State, Damon Arnett.
Really?
I think you could have got him in the second.
Uh-huh.
He's not even coming up.
Like, I've been reading through like Raiders stuff, and I don't even see that name mentioned. Like, they could have had Trevon Diggs.
Yeah.
Christian Fulton.
There he is. 6 foot, 195 pounds, 27 tackles, 1 forced fumble, 1 interception, 8 pass deflections. I never even saw this guy in the first round.
Well, as a Buckeye fan, I can tell you, he's a good corner. I wouldn't have paid the 19th overall pick for him. I saw him make some stupid plays, get some stupid penalties throughout his Buckeye career. I can tell you that. I'm surprised that Mayak would take him here, but obviously fantasy value, not really much. Not to be mean, but there's not really much fantasy value there. So we're just gonna move on from that pick. So Philadelphia's up. They gotta be absolutely. I mean,
Justin Jefferson.
Is that pretty much a consensus? Don't you think?
I think so.
Guy?
No, it's Jacksonville.
Oh, that's right.
I think Jacksonville's going to go defense with the linebackers that are there at 20 and the safeties that are there. I couldn't tell you which one.
They're going linebacker. There's Patrick Queen, Kenneth Murray,
McKinney's still there.
Zach Bond.
Yeah, if it's linebacker, it's either Queen or Murray, and then if it's safety, it's either Delpit or McKinney.
Delpit.
What did I say? Delpit?
Delpit.
Like I said, everyone, I am horrible with pronouncing people's names. Guy is my savior when it comes to our draft because he saves me a lot of times on name pronunciation. I have a Spring Lake education.
So do I.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, they went corner at pick 9. So they could go offense, but what offense is there?
Well, you're not.
I'm still looking for a receiver.
Yeah. They could take a receiver here. I mean, it wouldn't hurt them.
But the way that team is set up right now, is a receiver really a good idea?
I don't think so. That's why I'm leaning more towards the defensive side.
I say take either linebacker or safety, whichever one you like the best. I prefer Delpit, and I think I'll go Murray if it's linebacker. But, I mean, think about it. What, just 2 years ago, they had one of the best secondaries in football, and it's like completely obliterated. So I think safety is what they got to go here.
I think the Raiders are blowing this draft.
I do too.
Yeah. I mean, if you liked Ruggs more than the other two, I guess fine, but you could have got Arnett in the second.
Yeah.
I actually, before they even made the pick, Jefferson went through my head there too. Like, what if they decide to add, we're gonna load the receiver up in this draft.
Mm-hmm. You know, I'm gonna go Patrick Queen for the Jags here.
Okay.
That's what I'm leaning towards, is Patrick Queen.
I'm looking at the names, and that's the name that seems to be popping out at me.
I'm talking to a couple Queens, and I'm going Delpit.
I mean, you do like Ohio State, so you would know.
I don't know why you have such a beef with it. What is with the thing in the Dwayne Haskins 2020 thing?
Huh.
I didn't find that very funny, guy.
I just don't think he's going to be any good.
I don't either.
Hall of Famer.
At his high school? Uh-oh, karma, my feet. My feet dropped out again. Got to reload.
You're still showing that you're on here.
On my TV feed.
Oh.
My Sling TV.
I know they got the Connors commercial going here. They're all talking about Bears, the Bears draft or something. Come on, let's get this little thing rolling here.
All right, so McQueen or Ezra Cleveland?
Oh, I forgot about Cleveland.
I did too until just now.
For Jacksonville?
Yeah.
Didn't they just pick a?
They picked a corner.
Right. They picked Henderson
with their
Henderson,
ninth pick.
Right. Yeah. Oh yeah. You know what? Ezra Johnson. Oh my God. There's an
Cleveland.
There's a
it's pronounced Cleveland.
Ezra Johnson played defensive line for like the Packers in the mid '80s.
Wow. Said no one ever.
Ezra Cleveland wouldn't be a bad pick here, or Josh Jones. That's the other tackle. I did see an interview the other day where they had Okudah was telling people like, watch out for Arnett, and like I said, I saw him make a lot of mistakes, stupid mistakes. So I don't necessarily have the kindest of words sometimes to say about him, but I hope he has a good career. And
well, went to the Raiders. So I mean, it's kind of not a good outlook.
Yeah, I mean, think of the last time they picked hopefully it'll make up for the last time they picked a cornerback from the Big Ten that high.
Oh, that Hall of Famer?
He's not in the Hall of Fame yet, although yes, I know he's going to go there.
Yeah.
All right, pick us in. Clavon Chason, the linebacker out of LSU. Which I actually, for some reason, thought he was an edge rusher, but
that's what it said. It didn't say linebacker.
Yeah.
But he's an outside linebacker, so it's edge.
I actually like the pick. I mean, you lost Campbell, which, like I said, they've been tearing this defense apart. So this draft is what they need to do. Is they need to completely rebuild their defense. So I think this is a good pick, and
I know my pick for the Eagles.
Yeah, Jefferson.
Yep.
I think he'll actually have fancy value. I don't think he's going to be a high pick or anything, but I could see him.
I don't think he'll be a Bosa or a. But I think
he'll get drafted somewhere in our draft.
Right.
Because that's the one thing is for defensive linemen, obviously defensive end. Well, depends how they list him. If he's a defensive end or listed as a linebacker, he might actually be like a Chandler Jones, where he's actually both.
Yeah, that
there's
could be.
There's not many of them in our league like that, but there are a few. I know Chandler Jones is the one that sticks out, where you can play him at linebacker or you can play him at defensive line. Obviously, he's coming. He was a national champion, so he's played on the biggest stage. So I think it's a solid pick. I can't knock this at all. Jacksonville's actually having a good draft after all the dumb mistakes they've made in free agency.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, yeah. They did a really, really good job of getting rid of Foles. I can't believe the Bears took that, but...
Yeah. That shows you how much faith they have in Trubisky.
If it's not Jefferson to Eagles, what are you thinking? Line?
That's receiver all day long.
Yeah, it's
I know. I'm just saying if it wasn't. Well, you know what? I take that back. It has to be receiver because if it's not, they know he's going at the next pick. So they would not get Jefferson. He wouldn't make a pass. Minnesota would jump on that immediately.
Yes, they would.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I can't think of anyone else the Eagles would pick.
For some reason, all of a sudden now they're showing Grant Delpit. Like this randomly, they just like went to Grant Delpit's family here. They all got like shirts that say Delpit in the front.
The Marone family is not practicing social distancing.
A lot of these families aren't. I don't think it qualifies for actually in your actual home.
I know. I just imagine the millions of people watching this like, oh, we're too close together.
Yeah. I am surprised that I really thought a running back would have went somewhere here. At this point, one of them. It's a solid running back draft. I mean, it
is, but running backs are not valued anymore. I think one could go at the very last pick, I hope.
I could see one of them going to the Saints.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how you feel. I don't think Kamara's an every down back.
No, and if he wants like huge money, I would just who wants him.
That's why I thought it. Like when I heard the idea of him getting traded to Detroit, I'm like, if I was Detroit, that's like, I mean, you'd be moving all the way down, but if they would have got enough for it, it might not have been a horrible trade.
No, I think Kamara's good at what he does, which is running a little bit here and there and catching all the backfield. But that's what his main thing is: catching and running.
Right. I mean, and think about it. Like last season, obviously Latavius Murray wasn't as good as Mark Ingram, so that did hurt Kamara.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised there's not more trades in this. That's the other.
That's one.
The one trade there was is like, oh, that's stupid.
Do you think it's because the draft is this solid?
I think so.
I just don't think there's not a single player that anyone is really like gung ho for. I think there's like every position has like 3 or 4 guys. You're like, I'm good with any of those 3.
Yeah. So we got here Philadelphia. This is a pick is in. We're just waiting to hear from Goodell. Then we got Minnesota, and then we got New England. So it's going to get interesting here. Minnesota,
I know what they're picking.
Minnesota?
Yep.
What are you thinking they're going to pick?
Antoine Winfield Jr.
It wouldn't be a horrible pick. But they could. I think they could wait.
Legacy.
They could get him. Oh, here's the pick. Okay, it wasn't Jefferson. Jalen Reagor, receiver from TCU.
What?
Yep.
No way.
Wow. All right.
REAGOR.
5'11", 195 pounds. 2019, he had 43 receptions, 611 yards, 5 touchdowns, and a 14-yard average. I don't understand it.
That's, yeah, that doesn't. I think someone sent the wrong pick in.
Fancy value. I don't. What do you think?
I'm not touching them.
I mean, I'm not either. But we got if we had to play some second, third round.
Yeah.
I mean, just because he's a high pick, I mean, it kind of bumps him up.
I mean, someone will take him, but yeah, it's
he's
going
not
to
be a first round,
second or third round.
Yeah.
No.
All right. Well, we'll move on from that. I mean, I don't know. I don't understand why they did that.
Justin Jefferson is such a better pick there.
Minnesota's going to take Justin Jefferson to replace Stephon Diggs.
Yep.
And that as far as fantasy, he's going to have a huge impact.
Oh, Jefferson's going to be just phenomenal. I mean,
I think that bumps up Thielen too.
Oh yeah. Yeah, anyone that's got Thielen or Cousins can't go wrong with that.
Hey, jump off a cliff.
People would be happy to have Cousins, if you get Jefferson, and like you said, with
congratulations, Ritz.
Sorry, I had to do that.
I know. I was going to do it myself. I feel like an idiot for that trade.
Once we get,
maybe I should have offered
once we get through this and we got New England, I guess, do we start? Is this where the next quarterback would go, or do you think he'll go? What would he take?
New England. Here's my predictions for New England. The tight end from Notre Dame, the Komet.
This early?
Cole Clement.
I think so. Him or Jalen Hurts.
We went to commercial.
Not bad.
You guys got the mic. I'll be right back.
Me too, then. You got to carry the show.
Yeah. New England, I see it being a quarterback, or I like the tight end. I never thought of a tight end there, but I like that. I'm not real high on Hurts, though. I'm not real high on Love either, but.
I am back, gentlemen.
All right.
What'd I miss? What'd you guys talk about?
Nothing. We're sitting here waiting for the Vikings to pick Jefferson.
All right. If it's not Jefferson, you think it's one of the safeties?
I think it's Winfield Jr.
Well, what else you got here?
It could be one of the linebackers,
say
too. Queen or Murray.
I'm trying to think of where they got linebacker. They still got Anthony Barr, but their linebackers are getting older. So getting a linebacker wouldn't be a horrible idea. But no, I can't see it not being Jefferson.
Yeah.
Like I said, I would have thought Jefferson, and they probably didn't think Jefferson would even be there.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think they could trade back in and get Winfield later.
I think they'd be foolish not to take Jefferson. Yeah. That's a consensus on all three of us. So
it'll improve. Really, it improves everyone by having Jefferson there because it'll be better for Cook because then it might say, well, if we load the box, then they could bomb on us.
Yeah.
They're showing Melvin Gordon right now. He's talking. I don't know what he's saying because I got muted.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're all talking about, COVID-19 and all that stuff.
Yep.
Come on.
And I am now back.
Yay. Yeah, we can't. We're just sitting there we can't think of anyone other than Jefferson. Other than we threw out there maybe Queen here, Patrick Queen, the linebacker.
I think if it's not Jefferson, it's going to be
safety.
Antoine.
Winfield.
Yeah.
I did love his dad.
His dad played for where?
The Ohio State University. He was actually he was the other side of Sean Springs.
He was also a Viking.
Yes.
And a Buffalo Bill.
Not everyone's perfect.
No. No, they are not. So right now they're showing Mike Zimmer and Rick Spielman. Zimmer.
Good example.
Zimmer's got like a little fire going here. He's got like all his elk and deer hanging above him. All right, here we go. We get to watch. I don't know. Goodell interacting with these fans is like the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Yep, Justin Jefferson, not a shock. I see him. I say we start with him at 6, and he's gone probably by 11. In the first round.
Yeah.
I honestly think because of where the other big name receivers went, I actually put more value on Jefferson going to the team he went to as far as fantasy, just because he's going into a situation they really only...
we got trade. Patriots just traded the Chargers.
What?
The Chargers are on the clock.
Oh shit!
Oh, you little language.
Sorry.
You're excited, I know.
I think I peed myself a little. Not gonna lie.
Who the Chargers take already? Herbert?
Yeah. Dobbins. I'm calling it. Taking running back at 23. It's going to be Dobbins.
I don't know.
I honestly don't know what they'd be thinking right now.
There's someone they wanted.
One of the safeties. That have what this way they could have what Pittsburgh has, like this safety, like amazing safety duo. So I would say either McKinney or Delpit. I mean, I don't think they're going to trade this far up to get a tackle because they just traded for one. So it's not like they really, unless they go Patrick Queen. All right, so what they have to move up? So they're moving. Well, New Orleans.
They probably traded their 34th
got
pick.
in there right now. The Saints are next. I wouldn't be shocked if it wasn't a running back though either. But I mean, they just gave this contract to Eckler, unless you're thinking Eckler has to have a duo.
I think they were going to add. They would need to add another running back, but I don't know about there.
I just want Dobbins I like Dobbins, even though he played for Ohio State. I like Dobbins as a running back, and I want to see him in a Chargers jersey.
Let's go with Ezra Cleveland.
They do need offensive line.
That's my pick.
Well, they did get Balaga. Balaga signed with them.
You know what they're going to do here? They're going to go with Jimmy Johnson's thought process. They already took Herbert. They're taking Jordan Love. They're going to have the Aikman-Steve Walsh combination.
Oh, God. Please don't say that.
I could see one of the linebackers, too. I think it's defense. I don't think it's offense here. I think it's defense. So I'm going to say either linebacker. So I'm either going to go Queen or I'm going to go one of the two safeties, Delpit or McKinney. And they have not mentioned, by the way, what.
Yeah, the Patriots get their second and third round draft pick.
That's typical Belichick.
What? Huh. Okay.
So they get the 34th for they move down 11 spots. I want that surfboard. Not that I'll ever use it, but I want that
surfboard. You must be looking.
I'm
looking at Justin Jefferson talking right now.
Yeah. Guy knows what I'm talking about because I'm watching it on Sling too.
I missed it.
Oh. It's a Charger surfboard.
Second and third round.
Come on, let's go to Goodell.
I really don't know.
I see this. I see the surfboard now.
Jonathan Taylor.
I wouldn't mind any three of those running backs if they go there.
It'd be Swift. It's going to be one of the three.
Like I said, I don't care which one. I just want them to have one. I'd prefer Dobbins.
Commercial.
But
please don't go to commercial. Yay, pick is in. All right.
Kimber Jones. The offensive tackle.
Murray linebacker.
Yeah. They traded.
He's a solid linebacker. I mean, it's not a.
Yeah, I mean.
They need to upgrade their defense anyway, so. And I said it'd either be linebacker or it'd be safety. Now I did say Queen, but Murray would have been my second option, so.
Yeah.
Well, you're the Charger fan. You tell me, you happy with this, or I mean, you lost the second and third round pick.
I don't like that. Because I think the value of the second, third round, with how deep this draft is, I think they could have got quality by then. But I do understand they need help on defense too.
No, they do. I mean, up front they're pretty solid. It's the The linebackers.
It's the secondary and linebackers. Well, they got Derwin James.
Right, he's safety, but
right.
My thought was safe. Well, corner. Well, they're okay at corner. It's the linebackers is where they're the weakest.
I would have preferred Queen here over Murray. That's what bums me out about the pick. But
who knows? This kid might be the next Mike Singletary.
Next Junior Seau.
That's
no.
Now you're
early
reaching.
Career or end of career?
Now you're reaching. All right, so we got the Saints.
Man, Saints could have a lot of options.
Yeah, they do. Like I said earlier, they could take a quarterback here to play under Breeze for a year.
Yeah, it could be Love. They could go for running back.
I'm calling actually right here. I'm going to call Delpit. LSU. They just lost Von Bell to Cincinnati, so they have a hole at safety. I think they're going to go, or I could see Queen. I think they're going to go with an LSU product. This way they get the fans they get the hometown hype but running back would be my next option after defense. I don't think quarterback. They're going to go quarterback here.
No,
I really don't.
I'll say I'm going to go with either DeAndre Swift or Patrick Queen.
And again, I'm going to say this too. I wouldn't be shocked if they trade out.
No.
You know, if they could trade back into the early second, still probably get maybe what they're eyeballing and get a few extra things for someone desperate or someone that's like, oh my God, someone dropped that I wanted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like the fact that these safeties are dropping surprises me.
I like Lincoln Riley's basement. I like his setup. He's got a bunch of Jordan boxes on his floor too, and I like that.
Oh, by the way, he's a Bulls fan. Guy is a Bulls fan.
Yes, I am.
I'm sorry.
Hey, we had a good run.
Yeah, now you got the Last Dance.
Yeah. Reminiscing how dominating they were and how LeBron would have been the ball boy in the 90s if he played.
Someone had to fill the spot between the Lakers dynasties of the 80s and the 2000s.
Mm-hmm.
Someone had to be the best player, I guess, for the 90s at least. And try to call himself the greatest of all time, but that's another. And Magic Johnson absolutely is. I agree with you, Guy, 100%. Magic Johnson, greatest basketball player that ever lived.
Outside of the top 5. Well,
I'm going to give that to John Starks.
Wow, you should be muted just for that comment. So we got the Saints. So what do we think? So we've thrown out safety. We've thrown out running back. I think Tony threw out Jordan Love.
Where'd they go? Well,
a quarterback.
If you're talking about hometown guys for the Saints, what about Clyde Edwards-Helaire?
Yeah.
I wasn't thinking him that early, but yeah. Good point.
I wasn't either, but
that's a good. Yeah.
If they were going to go quarterback, I don't think it'd be Love, though. I think if they were going to quarterback, I'm going to say here it would be Eason.
No.
I don't think Eason's going to go that high.
The only quarterback I can see popping into the first round besides Love is Hurts, just because someone fell in love with him, but no one else.
The pick is in.
We're still a commercial on this one. I don't know, like, what are your thoughts? I'm not a fan of Taysom Hill, and I know he's like, oh, I want to be the core. I don't think he's really gonna ever be.
No. I don't either.
He is what he is.
I mean, you could say he's this generation's Cordell, but Cordell was a better quarterback.
Yeah.
Like, the only reason they did that with Cordell was just to get him on the field. But he wasn't ready to be the quarterback. Like, this guy doesn't really show, like, I don't see any promise of him ever being a quarterback anywhere.
No, if he was good enough to be that kind of quarterback, someone would have offered them a lot of picks or something to get him.
For example, or not even a lot of picks, or just even if he was even a viable starter. Like, you're telling me if he was a viable starter, you're telling me Jacksonville wouldn't say, hey, we'll give you this for him?
Right. Yeah, I don't see him ever being unless he convinces someone he has like a Matt Flynn kind of game, or like, oh, maybe he can be something good, and then someone's going to sign him for a big contract, and then their backup ends up winning out.
All right, so the pick is in. We're just waiting to go to Goodell here. They're showing Sean Payton sitting on his couch. Oh, here we go.
With some Coca-Cola and Twizzlers.
Oh, there's your attacker. There's your center, Cesar Ruiz.
Is that who they took?
Wow.
Didn't they had Unger, right? Or was Unger with the Seahawks? Which one is it?
He was Seahawks, I think.
Well, no, they were both, but they made I'm trying to think of I can't remember where he was first and where he was second. Did Unger just retire?
I'm not even sure.
Okay, you're the Michigan guy. Can he play guard?
He could. I think he's still better just straight up center, but
I'm not gonna really knock this pick at all. I'm not gonna boast it. I'm not gonna knock it. I mean, getting an interior offensive lineman, I mean, you can't really go wrong. They're not in a position where they're like lacking for receiver. They could have obviously used another running back, but there's enough running backs that are solid in this draft where they could wait to get one later. So I would have gone defense if I was the Saints, but can't knock it. So now we got Minnesota on the clock. So what they want, Jefferson first. I think it's got to be defense here.
I think it's going to be Winfield.
Yeah.
I forgot that they had 2 picks, so I would have. I think they're going to pick Winfield just because of the ties to Minnesota that his dad had.
I don't know, Guy. I think you can get Winfield later still. I think they need to go linebacker. So I'm going to say Queen. I think they can get, if they want Winfield that bad, I think they can get him in the second round. So I'm saying Queen, you guys are saying Winfield. So while we got some dead air time here, let's talk about quarterbacks that are available in the free agents market. So I know Cam Newton was talking about he was going to wait till after the draft before he decided to go somewhere. Where do you think Cam's going to go? I mean, someone's going to pick him up. He's not going to go unsigned.
Yeah.
He could end up in. I've heard rumors about Jacksonville.
That's what I think should I would say Jacksonville. I wouldn't definitely at this point. I don't see any quarterback going to the Chargers.
No.
No.
I would think Winston would end up somewhere. I mean, I know he had 30 interceptions, but he still threw for 5,000 yards and 30 touchdowns. I mean, there's some sort of talent there.
But look at the receiving core he had.
Yeah, it would probably need to be a good fit that wise. Like, why not Washington take a shot at him?
They don't need a quarterback.
I think they do.
We got to trade. The Vikings traded the pick to the Niners.
To the New England? Oh. I can't keep up anymore.
So the Niners is still saying the Niners are on the clock. Let me throw this one out to you, because we're talking Jerry Jones. What if Jerry Jones signed Newton, traded Dak to New England?
I don't think New England wants Dak.
No?
Well, only so many teams want average quarterbacks.
Right.
I don't know if I'd say he's not elite.
No, he's middle of the road to me.
I think he's not necessarily, he's just above average. I'd say he's above average. I wouldn't say he's just average.
This is a shout out to an Ohio State running back. I think he's better because he has Elliott in the backfield.
Well, he's also got a stud offensive line, too. Don't get me wrong.
Well, right. But having Elliott and that offensive line, and he's got a decent receiving core, and it just got better.
So let's talk. So let's try to figure out what are the Niners thinking here.
Patrick Queen. No. Do they need a linebacker?
Well, they just took the pick is in. They just took interior defensive lineman. They took. Oh, jeez.
I know they got.
It's got to be McKinney or Delpit.
Yeah, I think it's going to be secondary.
With Queen as the backup, as the other option.
Yeah,
it's got to be. It's got to be defense. Unless. Well, wait. What receivers are left?
Lots.
There's a ton. Mims.
Claypool.
Dude from Arizona. Ayuk.
Yeah.
Michael Pittman.
Here
it is. Brandon Ayuk, the other receiver that we didn't mention, from Arizona State.
That's literally the last one we just said.
I must have. You know what I did? I must have pulled my thing away. So Miami's on the clock.
So he's 6'1", 206, 65 receptions, 1,100 yards, 8 touchdowns.
Fantasy value, I don't see first round. I see second round.
Yeah, I see second round on Ayuk.
Because I think he will start.
I think he'll be a starter for them too.
Guy, you agree, disagree?
He'll starter.
Who
did they take first? I forget already.
They went with the interior defensive lineman. Hold on. They got Kinlaw.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, I'm thinking, and I think this also helps out Deebo Samuel. I think this improves his value, which I'm pretty sure he'll be a keeper anyways. And this obviously helps out. This is what the Niners need, is an offensive weapon. So this helps out Garoppolo.
Who somebody traded away.
Yeah, this is God, this isn't a horrible move. I mean, I don't know what they gave up to get it. I guess that's the only other thing we need to know. I mean, if they overspent, then that might be a different discussion. So we got Miami.
Well, I think Miami's going to take a running back here because they need like defensive line help, and I would take all the running. Or I say I'd take like 3 of the running backs over the next best rated defensive line guys. As the defensive line, like ends and DTs, you're looking at AJ Epineza, Yotura Gross Matos.
Because you added, like I said, in this draft, they need to get a quarterback. In the first round, they need to nail a quarterback, a running back, and a tackle. And they've got 2 of the 3.
Mm-hmm.
I think this pick is for running back.
Yeah,
I really do. I think it's going to be Swift. To be honest with you,
I think it's Taylor or Swift.
You guys know who I can't say anyone else. I have to say Dobbins.
It's not going to be him. No one wants him.
But I have to say
I've been throwing out Dobbins the entire time just because I like it. But
excuse me.
Yeah, but it would be interesting to see who our first overall pick in our draft is going to be. We'll have to wait till August 29th to figure that out, of course. But
I know who I would pick.
It's up in the air who's going to go number 1 overall. Sounds weird, though. It could be, if it's a running back here, I can't say it. Even though I know everyone's automatically thinking it's going to be Dobbins, and it probably is. I'm going to pick Dobbins, obviously, with the first overall pick, but I can't say this. If this is Swift or Taylor, it's going to be hard for me to not pick them at number 1 overall and then just roll the dice that Jimmy picks the other running back and I still get Dobbins at 3.
if I were Jimmy at 2, I would pick Dobbins just to mess with you.
I probably would consider doing the same thing if I was one of you guys too, but
I mean, if you want to trade me the first pick, I won't pick Dobbins and save him for you.
Thanks, guy. Look, we got trade offers. We got actually trade offers going down right here. So what's your offer?
For number 1, what do you want?
No, I'm just kidding. I gave up Chubb. You think I'm really going to do it? I gave up Chubb to get it.
That's your own problem. I'll give you my first this year, my first next year, and second this year. And then you got to throw something back at me.
I have to throw something back at you. No. Pass.
I'll add Aaron Donald.
Pass.
Aaron Donald and Alshon Jeffrey.
Pass.
Aaron Donald, Alshon Jeffrey, and one of my tight ends.
Who do you even have? I don't remember who you even have.
Weller, Goddard, and Hollister.
Pass.
Oof.
I have a plan with the number 1 overall pick and the number 3. I know I'm going to get 2 of 3 players. So that's what I'm rolling with.
What, 2 of the 3 running backs? Oh, maybe. It's a no-brainer. You don't have to keep it a secret.
Well, I don't know who the other running back's going to be, so I got to say 2 of the 3 running backs. But like I said, the big screwball could be like, what if the Dolphins pick Swift or Taylor? Then I'm like, I have a chance to get my favorite team's running back, who I wouldn't mind getting at 3 anyways, and then just take a chance of getting Dobbins at 3. Because I don't think there's part of me that wants to say the only reason Jimmy would take Dobbins is what you just said, Tony. I don't think he'd actually take him because he values him. So the next 3 picks, we got Miami, and then we got Seattle. And Baltimore. All right, Miami's still got a minute to go on this, so they must be fielding a trade offer. Don't you think they're taking this long?
What if New England's trying to trade back up to pick up a quarterback?
Yeah, just give Dolphins exactly what the Chargers gave them to move to 26.
Yeah.
Oh, trade. It just popped up. Miami trades the pick to the Packers.
Packers?
Oh.
So they're probably going to move down to 30 and get a second round.
All right, Packers. This has got to be
T. Higgins.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see Higgins here.
I mean, it's going to be a receiver. Let's just say that for sure.
It should be.
Or Cleveland. They just lost their tackle.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they make that trade to take a tackle.
I'll pick us in. We just gotta. Right now, they're talking to Saban, so we just gotta wait for him to go to Goodell. So I guess we're saying either receiver or I'm saying receiver or tackle. You guys are saying pretty much just receiver.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What about one of the safeties?
There's a chance, but I see receiver here.
They traded pick 30 and 136.
So I mean, Miami probably figures they can move back down to 30 and still get what they wanted to get here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Especially if they're not like sold on one of them, like a lot more than the other, and then they got choices. Because there probably no one else will take a running back.
Jordan Love.
Really?
Love.
No.
The heir apparent has been drafted.
I was going to throw that out there.
No way. Yep. That was my guy this year.
Okay, so Jordan Love. So he's going to get drafted in our draft, no question. But it's obviously he's going to be sitting there for a while because he's not playing. So someone's
Right.
drafting him in case Rodgers gets hurt. So, okay, I'm going to throw this out there right now. The only way he goes in the first round is if he goes 9 to Jimmy.
Does Jimmy have Aaron?
But realistically, he should probably sit until, what would you say, 5, 6, 7 round? You start looking at him. I mean, if you draft him this year, you're drafting him on the premise that he's going to play next year. But then I don't. Maybe actually, I won't look at him. I mean, I'm just trying to think of where could he start being looked at. I'm not going to look at him. I mean, not because I shouldn't. It's just because I don't need someone that I don't need someone to wait for. I need someone that's going to be a backup now or have potential to play now. So it shows here 2018 he had 32 touchdowns with 6 interceptions, and then last year he had 20 touchdowns with 17 interceptions and was sacked 20 times. So he really downgraded last year.
Yeah.
So essentially he's living off his 2018 season.
Right. He has a big arm from what I've heard. I mean, he's 6'4", 225, so he's the quarterback size.
Well, I'm going to throw this guy. I was interested in him, looking at him.
Mm-hmm.
So tell me about him. What do you know about Jordan Love?
I think he could have been in the right position. I mean, this might be a good position for him.
I was honestly looking at him
too.
Just
ask you, just a little while ago, I asked you back when, was it Herbert or Tua, one of them? I made that commentary and said, well, that'd be like one of the worst places to go sit behind.
Yeah, now I'm kind of heartbroken because I personally liked him and was heavily scouting him for drafting wise. But he won't play this year.
This is literally an NFL red shirt.
Yeah. Like, and it's not that need. Well, I don't know. I just really like he has that it kind of factor. I feel, but I hate the Packers.
Well, I know you.
I mean, from what I've heard, he's raw, but he's got all the intangibles a quarterback needs.
Yeah.
That's why I was looking at him. And if you never know, Aaron Rodgers is known to be not very friendly, but if Love goes there and Aaron Rodgers and him, hit it off, Aaron Rodgers could show him, just like Brett
I don't
Favre
think Aaron Rodgers is going to hit it off with anybody.
I don't think so either, but
I think this just killed Aaron Rodgers and Matt LaFleur's relationship.
But I mean, don't you think they're not doing this? I mean, okay, I don't know. Why can't the guy, like, it seems like he should be smarter than that. Like, they're not picking him to play this year. They're not even probably picking him to play next year. This is they're looking a couple years out, or unless something happens to. I mean, it's not like Aaron Rodgers, like we said earlier. It's not like Aaron Rodgers is some stability of health.
Yeah, especially the past few years he's
the later the season goes on. How many times is he hurt? And Aaron Rodgers, if anyone, should actually look at this differently. Like, he knows what it was like to come into this situation, so he should theoretically look at it. He knows how it felt, so why would he treat someone that way? That's what I don't understand. Like, it seems like you would treat them better than you were treated.
Mm-hmm. I bet you Rodgers is on the phone with his agent right now asking for a trade.
Yeah,
I just think Rodgers is just a bad dude anyway.
Yeah.
I think he's not going to take to this guy at all. And that could actually be good for Love. Maybe Love will be like, well, I'll just take your job anyway.
Maybe. I wish the kid the best, and hopefully, like we just talked about, hopefully, here we got Seattle's up. I'm thinking defense. I just want to get you guys' thoughts before they actually throw it up there. I'm thinking defense.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, me too. I'm thinking for Seattle, it's going to be
one of the safeties.
Gross Matos.
Oh, I forgot about him. Yeah, him.
Gross Matos.
What about Benza from Iowa?
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm gonna go with Del Pitt or Queen. I'm gonna go Del Pitt, then Queen as my second option.
Who do they all have at linebacker? Don't they have? Do they still got Bobby Wagner?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, I can't believe Love went to Green Bay.
You sound visibly sick about it.
I am because I was looking at him too.
I honestly, if you would have went to Miami, I would be a Dolphin fan probably.
Wow, you like Jordan?
I'm that sold on Love.
Jeez.
I actually was hoping the Chargers drafted Simmons and traded back up into the first round like they did and drafted Love.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I wanted to see happen.
There's pretty much 2-3 teams he could have gone to, but not that I didn't want him to go to. It was Green Bay, New York, New York. And he went to one of those three.
What about one of the tackles right here that's left? Like Cleveland or Josh Jones?
I don't think it'd be a bad pick for him either.
I don't either.
Let's go Josh Jones. I'll take him. I don't know anything about the guys left right now. Tomorrow is going to be crazy with trades, I think.
Yeah, I think tomorrow's going to be.
It's like look on this list of players that are left. There's so many good players left.
It's a solid draft. It really is. Of course, we say that now and watch 2 years from now. It'll be like, oh, it's the worst draft ever.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. There's only 2 good players in that first round.
Come on. People in their stupid 12th man. All right, so right now on their board, they're showing Winfield, McKinney, DeAndre Swift, and Patrick Queen. So these are, I don't know how, like, because I've seen, like, they change around.
I'm leaning towards McKinney for the Seahawks.
I like Del Pitt.
Someday you'll be right.
I mean, hey, I was eventually right with Kinlaw, wasn't I? How many people did I say Kinlaw?
I'll go with McKinney then.
Well, sometimes when I see these names, I'm like, I just don't understand like how these players can like sit that long. Like how? Oh, here we go. It's like every pick he's got to like throw out this like thank you to someone. Jordan Brooks, linebacker from Texas Tech.
Who? Jordan Brooks?
Yep, linebacker from Texas Tech. I had him on a board. He's like the 58th best player. I'm at a loss. He was a Buckus Award finalist, second team All AP, 7th in. I don't know. I think you could have got this guy in the second round, but
yeah,
I think I'm the 3rd or 4th.
Yeah.
Fantasy value, I don't see much.
None.
Nope. None.
All right, so let's move on. we got probably possibly the team to beat in the AFC now. Baltimore on the clock.
DeAndre Swift or
I was actually going to reach out and say a running back having only Ingram, who is 30 now, and his backup is Gus Edwards. So I see a running back here.
I'm going defense.
If they do defense, I think Patrick Queen.
Oh, actually, hold on. Well, I was going to say, what about interior offensive line? Because they just lost. Yonda retired, and that's like one of their best linemen they've ever had. And they don't really have like his like apparent yet. So unless I don't know if one of these tackles are eligible like or movable to guard, I would consider one of them. But I don't know, maybe interior line, offensive line. I mean, you don't need to add receiver. You know, I don't think running back you need right now because you got. I mean, Ingram's still fine. It's not like you need to replace Ingram or you can get another running back later. Of anything, if you're going to go running back, I'd say here's a thought: A.J. Dillon later in the draft. Just have like these bruising running backs that like beat people up.
Or they already have Ingram for the bruising running back. What about Anthony McFarland for a small little receiving back? And you probably could get him. Oh, I don't think they're going to take McFarland there, but I'm saying later in the draft.
Oh.
I say I'm going defense. I'm going either Del Pitt or I'm going Queen. Because this way, think about it. If you get one of the safeties, Earl Thomas doesn't have that much time left. And what a way, think about pairing him with Thomas so they can learn from like one of the best ever.
And Weddle retired this year.
Right. But he was with the Rams anyways.
Oh, that's right. He went from Chargers to Raiders to Rams. I forgot he played for the Rams last year.
Hey, you guys got the mic. I'll be right back.
I don't know. Baltimore seems like they do need a running back.
I really think it's going to be a running back here.
Yeah.
Because Ingram's 30. Mm-hmm. He's not as durable as he used to be.
Yeah. I don't think Gus Edwards is going to do anything. Justice Hill didn't seem like he was going to amount to anything.
Right. So I think they want a Swift or Taylor. It's the same, essentially the same play style as Ingram has.
Yeah.
So you could plug in either one and be successful.
Mm-hmm.
And give Lamar Jackson one of those guys. I almost lean towards Swift because Swift is the better receiver out of the two.
Yeah. I think that's the style they need. They need the running backs like more catching receiver, kind of like when Kamara and Ingram are together, do the kind of the same idea.
But with Swift, you also get the power that Ingram has. Mm-hmm. So he can do both.
Only thing with Swift that worries me is he's small.
Yeah. What is he, 5'7"?
5'8".
5'8". I know one of the running backs is 5'7", or maybe that's one of the ones I was looking at for later in the fantasy draft.
It's like Taylor. He's like, I think he's like 5'11".
Maybe it was Cam Akers. That's 5'7". I know
that could be
one of the guys. Let me see.
I am back, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Excitement is.
Cam's 5'11".
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we got Baltimore here, and then the Titans are next, followed by the Dolphins. The Titans are an interesting one. They're a hard one to figure. They'd probably, you know what? The Titans would probably be offensive line. You just lost Conklin, so you got to replace him.
They could use another running back too. Although it's not like a need necessarily.
No, and there's enough running backs they can sit. I think offensive line is more of a pressing need right now, unless that's a receiver spot, because I think they're about done with Corey Davis. What's his contract? No.
I think he's got one more year to see if he can do anything. They were just dumb and drafting him way too high. And then they had Mariota as their quarterback.
This could be where the tight end goes too, is Tennessee.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad pick.
The Notre Dame tight end.
Yeah.
Cole Clement.
All right, so on the board they're showing Winfield, McKinley, Swift, and Queen still. Oh, here we go. I don't know. Goodell's trying to virtually hug someone. Oh, it was Ruiz he was trying to hug. Oh, now Calais Campbell is talking. All right, come on.
Well, in this mock draft, I said the Ravens would someone to help tackle Derrick Henry.
Patrick Queen.
There we go.
No, I mean they haven't picked it yet. I'm just saying he's still talking.
And with the Ravens' history of solid linebackers, I see it.
Patrick Queen. It is Queen. Yep.
Is it?
It's. I don't think you can knock that pick at all. It's a solid pick.
No.
I can't. I expected him to go a whole lot earlier than what he did.
How many times in this stream have I said Patrick Queen here? Patrick Queen here.
I said that quite a bit. He's 6'1", 227. Played for LSU, so his solo tackles are low because they had such a good defense. He had 37 solo tackles, 3 sacks, and an interception.
All right, so now we're. No, I think, and he will get drafted. I think in our league, absolutely. I would go starting anywhere 3rd, 4th round.
Yeah, I was thinking 4th
because he'll get points. You know, unless he was to all of a sudden not start, but I would assume he's going to start. You know, I would see anywhere from 60, 70 points a game. So now we got Tennessee. So I'm thinking either offensive line or, again, I would say one of the safeties. But favor offensive line.
Yeah, at this point in the draft for Tennessee, I would take either the safety or offensive line.
Or again, like I said, I did throw out receiver there too.
I don't think they're going to go receiver.
Yeah, because what's the best available at receiver? Higgins?
Well, there's Higgins, there's Mims, there's Pittman.
I forgot about Mims and Pittman.
Here's a receiver I actually like a lot. I don't know how necessarily you might not even know who he is, Tony, but Guy probably would. Is Tyler Johnson, the kid out of
from Minnesota?
I actually like him.
I'm not familiar with him.
Who else can we see going here? I don't.
Let's see here. This one says another running back for Tannehill to hand off to. But I just too early for a running back for them here.
Yeah, and with so many available,
yeah.
If you don't really need a running back, as far as like, it'd be kind of a waste.
Mm-hmm. I'll go with Ezra Cleveland again.
Yeah, I like that pick for them.
Or I like the tight end pick also, and I said earlier. You know what though? Edwards, Harrell, or how do I say it, Guy? The running back from LSU.
Just sound it out.
Hilaire, whatever.
How do you get Hilaire when you sound it out?
He's hilarious. What about him? Because then you got a real true change of pace, and you're not really wasting a talent necessarily. Because I don't think wherever he goes, he's not going to be like a 3-down running back.
Yeah, he's a 5'7" one.
That's the guy that was.
Yeah, because definitely Dobbins and Taylor for sure are 3-down backs, and I want to say Swift can be.
Yeah, but did you go Hilaire, who's a little bit smaller and isn't going to be a 3-down back? What you want to just take a 3-down back there, and just in case Henry's not going to be around for that much longer?
No, I see that premise too. But could they get now? I'm not sure. Was he a return man also? Because Dobbins, Swift, and Taylor are return guys. I mean, could they throw him as?
I don't think he was.
Like, you see where I'm going? Like more of like the Sproles kind of player.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get what you mean, but I just don't know if you pass up like an overall better running back just for someone that fits your scheme a little bit better but doesn't have the talent. I don't know.
Nope, the pick is in. They haven't gone to him yet, but they're about to.
I think it's either
threw Dobbins up on the board. Like they replaced Dobbins with Queen, or Queen with Dobbins. They're talking to Queen right now.
I'll stick with Cleveland just for fun.
No, I like I said they need to replace Conklin, so I think offensive line is what they should do.
Yeah.
Come on. It's funny is they're not even talking to Queen, they're talking to his dad. Like they're both there, but like his dad was the one that was just talking. Just get the pick. This draft. Okay, I'm going to throw this out.
Energy levels are running low.
This draft has gone a lot longer than it should.
Like an hour longer than last year right now, I think. We're close to it.
Yeah.
All right, we're about to get it.
Who's the guy in the mullet next to Vrabel?
I know, I saw that. It was painful.
Isaiah Wilson, tackle from Georgia.
Oh, okay.
I got him on a board rated at 33, so it's. Why is Josh? I wonder why Josh Jones and Cleveland are falling.
I don't know.
Well, actually, Cleveland is rated 30. I wonder if being there from Boise and Houston hurts them.
Probably.
You know, because obviously, just like Andrew Thomas, this guy's played against some of the best defensive players in the SEC.
Yeah.
I'm
surprised they weren't taking McKinney yet.
Well, like I said, it's a good pick. I mean, it's what we had talked about offensive line for him. You said Cleveland, but we got right. We're an offensive lineman to replace Conklin. You know, they need someone just to keep Henry moving. You know, I don't see last year as being. I think Henry is what he was last year. It just took him that long to finally develop into it. You know, I see. I'm not saying he's going to match what he did, but he'll be a probably 1,300 yard back again.
Mm-hmm.
So we got now Miami is on the clock. This has got to be running back.
I say it's got to be. You think DeAndre Swift?
I know. I have that feel with all these Georgia Bulldogs they're going. I mean, obviously, you know who I'm hoping for, but you know how many times like oh geez, I remember when Elliott came out, and I really thought Miami was gonna like get him, but Ted Ginn was the only time I got super excited. Unfortunately, it didn't really pan out the way I was hoping for.
Hey, where's that jersey hanging?
What, Ted Ginn? I have a Ted Ginn Dolphins jersey.
I know, that's what I said.
I thought you said I had a Ted Ginn doll.
No, I had a Ted Ginn. I ordered it like as soon as he had his number picked. I always wait till they actually pick their numbers, because I always hate like when they first show them and they have like number 1 or whatever on them. It's like I always wonder, is it how it's coming? Like, is it going to come like with the guy's name and say just number 1, or do they just is it generically shown that way and then you get it once the number is picked?
Like when I was looking at Rivers Colts jerseys, it says number 0. Oh no, he's not going to be number 0. I'm not going to buy that now. I'm going to wait.
He'll be 17 probably.
Yeah.
But the reason I say that, I always wondered that was because think about it, if you got a guy that was a first round pick, someone might actually say, hey, you know, because like when they go up to the stage, they always show them holding the jersey and it had their name with the number 1 on it. It's like,
yep.
I could see some idiot saying, oh, I want that.
Like Vrabel just spitting out his chaw there on the TV.
Huh?
were able to spit out a big mouthful of chaw.
You know, I don't know. I think Tennessee's still gonna be really good. I think they're gonna be a tough team for a while. As long as they keep Henry, as long as they keep him happy, I guess, and keep him there.
Yeah.
You know, like I really when they were gonna play New England, I had a feeling they were gonna beat New England. I think they were the one team that would have beaten New England in that spot.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and they could have beat Kansas City too.
No.
The game was tight for a while.
Yeah. They just did what they had to do, keep up with it for a while, then pull ahead to win the game.
All right, so we got Miami here. We're all thinking running back, or someone thinks something else?
I think running back.
I think it's DeAndre Swift.
I say Dobbins.
Swift or Taylor.
And let's see. Watch, it'll be scrolling down here to see whether it'll be
Darrington Evans.
I'm going farther down than that. Eno Benjamin from Arizona State.
Zach Moss.
No, he's not gonna be that good. It would just completely make my day if this was Dobbins, though.
You know, it completely make my day as if someone would trade Green Bay something for Jordan Love.
Finally, I meet somebody that has some love for Jordan Love.
Pick is in. This one is not being traded. Fingers are crossed here. So far, we got a quarterback for Miami, we got a tackle, and now let's get the running back.
Kicker.
Let's get one. Oh, come on. Get Finkel. God, there were so many things wrong with that movie. I mean, the fact that, number one, they completely changed the score of the game.
I thought it was just fine.
Come on. All right. Brian Flores is talking to someone on the phone, and Chris Greer he looks happy. General manager for Miami. All right, they're showing the fans, so that means they're about to go to the commissioner. Nope, now they went to all the analysts. They haven't gone to the commissioner yet. If it's not a running back, what are you thinking here? Defense?
Yeah. What are they? I mean, there's McKinley's still there on the board. Does Miami have a good safety?
They do with their aging. They need to get another safety.
So McKinley wouldn't be a bad pick.
You just added Byron Jones at corner, so they don't need a corner. Maybe not defense. Maybe actually, I would say receiver would be the next thing I'd want after running back.
Oh, then there's T. Higgins.
I actually like T. Higgins.
Pittman.
Yeah.
I like Pittman.
I don't know anything about Pittman.
You might remember his dad. His dad played running back.
Running back for the Bucs.
Yeah, sometimes I think they're wasted. See, what sucks is a lot of what they're doing right now, they wouldn't be doing this much. This draft would have been over if this was a normal draft, I think.
Yeah. There's got to be a lot of bandwidth issues with all the stuff that's connected in every
the one
house.
thing they were talking, though, they actually have 3. Whoever calls in the pick for the team actually have 3 avenues they can go. There was 3 backups or something. Like one was actually like a flat call. Like you could flat call it in. There was a way to do it online, which I always sound like, what if someone hacks this?
Be awesome.
Maybe the Packer one was a hack. All of a sudden we get like a trade. All of a sudden the Bengals trade Burrow to Miami for the 30th pick straight up. Somehow X Pennywise X pops up after.
What?
You hack it.
Yep. I hacked everything.
Come on. Let's go to Goodell. Some of these people are just so goofy.
Yeah. Energy levels running really low.
Oh my god.
I feel like I'm just staring blankly at my computer monitor right now.
I know.
Did you guys see who just got drafted?
No.
Quarterback Noah Igbinogi.
That's funny. Who?
Is
what?
Cornerback from Auburn.
He's only 5. He's a little small one too. 5'10". Noah Igbinoghene. So he's on clock now. Minnesota.
Why?
Antoine Winfield.
Yep. I'm going to stick with that going to Minnesota.
Yeah. Ooh, and the Chiefs come up.
I'm going to go with interior offensive lineman Natane Muti. Or who else can I pick? Come on. Okay, how about Michael Ojemudia? Elton Robinson. Nick Cole. What else? I'll keep going farther down the list. Because why don't we pick more people that don't make any sense? Horrible pick. Oh my god. Like, I wasn't happy with, I was fine with when they got Jack, but come on.
Yeah,
This makes zero sense.
No. I've never even heard of this guy.
I would have rather seen Kristen Fulton, the corner from LSU, or Gladney. I don't get this.
Yeah, there's like 50 players I probably would have put before him. Maybe not 50, but
in today's world, what's the guy? 5'7"?
5'11".
5'10".
I would have taken Shea Patterson before him.
I did say that
I want to answer that. I would have taken Shea Patterson before that.
I'll be honest, I'm a Michigan fan. I will be shocked if anyone actually drafts Shea Patterson.
At this point, I expect to see him in a Dolphin uniform backing up Tua. At this point,
Tua has a bad game. Like, Shea, come on in. He throws like 400 yards. Well, there's a new starter.
All right. Well, overall, as a Dolphins fan, I am very disappointed with this first round, from top to bottom.
Yeah, it would be
I know
too.
you weren't real high on Tua to begin with.
Actually, of the 3, Austin Jackson is the one I'm actually most excited about. I'm actually the happiest with that one. Absolute just disgrace. All right. if this isn't a safety, Minnesota. This is Minnesota. So if this is a safety, what else could it be? Could they actually go Ezra Cleveland here?
Yeah, they could.
He's about to announce it.
I don't know anymore.
Yeah, after those last few, I'm like, who?
Jeff Gladney, the corner from TCU.
What?
Minnesota took a corner. But understand, they just lost Xavier. Xavier Rhodes is a Colt now.
Yeah.
So this actually makes sense. And this is actually the highest rated corner on the board. So with that being said, if Miami would have picked him, I wouldn't have been as mad. If they would have picked Fulton, I wouldn't have been as mad. But they went to like the 44th ranked player at 31 or at 30 when there was better. Stupid. For Minnesota, obviously this is a player fantasy-wise not going to have really much relevance because he's a corner.
No.
But could have relevance if you have Minnesota's team defense. I don't know if he's a shutdown corner. I think he's a solid player. So we're down to the last pick, guys.
Yeah.
And it's
Super Bowl champion, Kansas City Chiefs.
Running back.
It's got to be DeAndre Swift or Xavier McKinney.
Yeah.
If it's DeAndre Swift, that's who would be number one on my board.
Let me ask you this though. So let's play that. Let's say they pick a running back. Don't you think it's just going to be a split time?
Nope. Whoever does the best will.
Because Damon Williams
be
played
number one.
solid.
He's garbage. I don't mind him as a back as a number 2 guy, but I don't think he is a legit number 1.
Oh, I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I'm just saying he's done decent for them. Where at the point where it's not like I don't see necessarily or a lot of carries. I think it's a committee then.
I did want him to give the rookie they had last year.
Unless they were to trade Williams. If they were to pick one and say, well, here, we're going to trade Williams. Okay, so let me ask, which running back fits into an Andy Reid system? Don't you think it would be more actually closer to Dobbins?
I think as long as the running back can catch and run a little bit.
Taylor's probably the last one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he has too many.
Actually, I like DeAndre Swift or Cam Akers to Kansas City myself.
Yeah. As a receiving back.
Cam Akers.
So that means that they'll probably draft.
Find the most obscure name. Kyle Duggar. Safety. From Lenore Rhine. They don't need a receiver. They don't need a tight end. Didn't they just lose an offensive lineman?
I don't know.
I don't remember.
Tackles? This could be a safety too.
I feel like they're probably going to go with a safety.
Yeah.
Because
I agree
still
with
haven't
that.
replaced Eric Berry yet.
No.
Which he hasn't actually retired yet. I'm surprised.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's thinking he's going to try to come back.
He might be thinking to give another shot, but
It's kind of sad to see how his career, I don't know. He's a hard one now to gauge because actually, if he didn't have all his health issues and the thing is, they're not even football health issues. They're one was a cancer, You know, like I honestly, I think he actually had a Hall of Fame potential. I don't think he has it because of how much time he missed, but I think if he would have had a normal career, I think he would have been a Hall of Fame quality player. I thought he was actually better than Thomas. I mean, to me, they're very, very, very close to each other, but I would actually rather have Barry than Thomas. Well, they got to be close to picking someone here because Andy Reid's talking to somebody. He's chewing and talking to somebody. He's got one heck of a Hawaiian shirt on. We got the Kansas City Cup in view.
Come on.
The pick is in. Just gotta wait for the commissioner.
Be somebody good.
Unlike the last few picks.
No, the last pick was solid. The Minnesota pick was nice, but the 30 pick was one of the worst picks I've ever heard.
If you could say it, you would.
I can't even say the guy's name.
All I got to do is say Ryan Leaf.
No,
that was the worst pick.
I'd actually rather have Ryan Leaf than Dan Marino than have this guy that we just picked at number 30. That tells you how I think of pick 30. I'm not high on pick 5. I'm not high on pick 30. Well, definitely, I hate pick 30. Oh, jeez. I don't even have Tua, and I'm offering him for trade. You know what? I like. You know what? I'll even take him for a Michigan guy. Tell you what, we'll send Tua to the Saints for Ruiz. I'll take the center at 5.
I'd rather have Ruiz.
You know what? I got one better. I'll send Tua and pick number 30 for Andy Reid's shirt. All right, so they're showing the Kansas City fans going crazy. Oh, look at, he's even got the jersey. Running back Clyde Edwards. Interesting.
Wow, he went over.
Really?
Well, it makes sense. He's a receiving back, so he fits in that offense.
Yeah, but kind of same thing we were pointing to before, like with Tennessee, we're talking about.
Yeah.
Like I said, but
I'm surprised he's the first one off the board.
Mm-hmm.
I am too, but like I said, you know, that's why I think that they still value the importance of Damian Williams. You know, they're going to try to make that combination. So, all right, fantasy value. I don't know. This is got really interesting because he's not going to be the number 1 overall pick. I'll tell you that right now.
No.
But could he be the number 2 overall pick? This actually gives us something to talk about now. Finally. Could he be?
I think he slots in at about 10.
Really?
Yeah.
But now just remember, though, he's the first running back off the board going to offense that they know he's going to get used.
I know. I'm saying I think the 10th pick in the first round would be a phenomenal spot for him to go.
What, your pick?
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know what pick you have, guy. I was trying to trade you for it.
Let's take. Okay. Pretend you didn't have the number 10 pick. Okay, just never mind that. Do you think he could be the number 2 pick? Is what I'm saying. No.
He's still splitting time with Williams.
I think it's going to be
you can say that about most
the 3 running backs.
There's not many Barkleys out there. You know, Barkley, Elliott. There's not. There are a lot fewer of them than there are backs that share committees. And really, most of these backs are going to end up in situations where they're going to be sharing the low with someone.
Right. I think in the draft, it's running back wise, it's probably going to be something like you get Swift, Taylor, Dobbins, and then
Jimmy has 4. I can see Jimmy going receiver.
I mean, you got to realize there's the first 4 picks are 2 people. So
yeah.
So
and then Ritz has the 5th.
Ritz has the 5th. And he could go, I don't know. He's a hard one to gauge because he could go either direction. He could go receiver or, I mean, the way I look at it, the first 3 are running back for sure. You get 4 and 5, then it could go. It all depends how Jimmy wants to go. Does he want to go also draft 2 running backs, or does he want to go running back receiver? And then when you get to Nick, does he go receiver, or does he go running back? He's in a position where he can go either way.
And then who has 6?
6 is Nick Ergang, but he does. And that would be a running back spot because he doesn't. He has at least he has receivers, so he doesn't really need a receiver. He needs running backs because his main running back is Miles Sanders.
Mine is Todd Gurley, and that's it.
And then you got 7 is Dennis, and that is he has options. He could go best running back or he could go best receiver. And I'd say he'd probably go receiver before he'd go running back because he's got Fournette and Ingram. Whereas at receiver, he's got like Chris Goodwin. Who else does he have at receiver? He'd probably go receiver.
Godwin?
Yeah. He'll probably go receiver at 7. 7 will be receiver. But then who knows? It could be, like we said earlier, I mean, it could go running back, and then it might even go quarterback at 4. Maybe Jimmy says, I'm looking at who's here lined up. Maybe one of these quarterbacks, maybe Burrow doesn't make it to 9. So then he takes, well, you know what? I'm picking again at 9. There's going to be a running back or a receiver there. This is going to be the most intriguing first round I think we've ever had.
Mm-hmm.
And who knows? There might be more trades between now and August 29th.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Especially because remember, like once the keepers are announced, then it's like you can do straight up a pick for a player. So there might be someone says, here, I'll give you the first over, I'll give you a first round pick for player X, straight up. But overall, I don't know how we want to grade this draft. First round, I mean.
There's some spots that make sense. For being a Chargers fan, I'm not extremely happy with the first round.
Yeah.
I wasn't a big Herbert fan. I wanted him to. I honestly wanted him to take Simmons and then trade up like they did and get Love. I'm on the Love bandwagon right with Guy. I've watched a lot of highlight videos, read a lot of stuff on Love. I really liked him. And I was thinking about, because I have late first round draft picks, Love would be sitting there. If he was a Charger, he'd be mine.
I don't know if he'd be sitting there. Where you at?
He 12. I'm guessing he wouldn't make it past 10.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Now that I know you would have took him, but
I wouldn't have. But I'll be honest, Tony. I wouldn't have thought Guy was going to pick him at 10 either. So
it would have been dependent on who was there. There's a couple of running backs I'm okay with, and a few receivers I'm okay with. After that, I really don't know right now.
That's where I'm sitting at 12, 15, and 16. I'm like, I don't know what is going to be there at 12, so I can't really make a call.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't see any of these top running backs sliding that far.
Right.
No.
I think overall, I'm going to rate this first round. I'm going to give it, if I'm going to give it a letter grade, I'll give it a B+.
I'd go lower than that. I'd say B minus.
No, I think there were a lot of smart. I think there was more smart picks than there were stupid picks.
There were a lot of smart picks.
Like,
I'm not excited about a lot of landing spots or players I liked.
Yeah, that's my big problem. Players that I thought I could have got at the picks I have, I'm not happy with where they went.
Let's break it down this way, and all of us got to take our fan hats off. So, I got to look at Tua differently, and you got to look at Herbert differently. So let's look at the top 10. Burrow, I mean, they nailed that, obviously. Chase Young, nailed it. Okada, nailed it. I had a problem with the Andrew Thomas only because of where it was picked. I think they would have been better off. If they would have traded down and took him later, I wouldn't have had as big a problem with it.
Yeah, I think there's better tackles on the board at 4.
Well, I thought they should, like I said, I thought if they really fell in love with Andrew Thomas, fine. Like I said, they should move down because they should have taken either Simmons or Derek Brown at that spot. 5 Tua. Like I said, if I'm looking at this from a non-fan standpoint, it probably actually makes sense.
My opinion on Tua, if he wouldn't have got hurt and had the injury problems, I think he would have went number 1 overall. I think he's a better pure passer than Joe Burrow is. But with his injuries, do you want to risk that drafting him for fantasy? He could come out and be a day 1 starter, get hurt in week one or 2, and then you're out a quarterback.
Pick 6, Herbert. I don't hate it.
I do.
I do. Well, if I took
I'm not saying I love it. I don't.
I feel there was better players at 6.
Oh.
And they have Tyrod that can play. I mean, he's not great, but he's going into a good offense. All he's got to do is get the ball to his receivers and turn around and hand to Eckler.
See, now 7 and 8 I think are steals. Derek Brown to Carolina and Isaiah Simmons to the Cardinals I think are absolute steals.
Those were good picks. And C.J. Henderson to Jacksonville made sense
too.
Solid
pick. The Willis pick to Cleveland. So the first round overall, the first 10 picks, I'll grade an A minus. And then we go the next 10. So then first you start with the tackle Becton to the Jets. I like that pick.
I like that one. I don't like the Ruggs.
The Ruggs I don't. Wirfs I don't know.
I'm sorry. I don't know anything.
Went to, I do like that one. Yeah,
Tampa.
Went to Tampa. Kinlaw. I didn't like that one just because I didn't understand why did you make the move you did to do that? Because I don't think you got. Yeah. It's not like you improved. If anything, you downgraded. I think from Buckner. The Judy pick, love. I think that's an absolute steal for Denver.
Yeah.
The Terrell pick, I love. The Cousin pick, I don't hate. I think it's a decent pick.
Who?
The linebacker, the edge, Kayvon Kazan.
Oh, to Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Kayvon Shizan.
That too.
Yeah.
I actually like the CD Lamb to Dallas.
I don't want to like it, but I like it too.
Yeah, I don't want to. I like CD Lamb. I knew he wouldn't be there at the picks I'm picking, but I don't see him. I see him being a second option in that offense.
The Austin Jackson pick at 19, I actually did like it. I didn't hate it. I would have preferred if that had been a running back there, but I'm not hating it. I think of the 3, that's the one I like the most. And then the Arnett pick at 20 to the Raiders, that one made no sense. And I'm a Buckeye fan, and I'm telling you that one made no sense.
At 21, the Regor pick.
No sense. They should have been Jefferson. Like that was.
Yeah.
I honestly feel in the first round, the steal of the whole draft was Jefferson.
Absolutely. The Vikings,
that's what I was just looking around for too, and I think, yeah, I'm with you on that.
With Thielen and Jefferson, Cousins is a good quarterback, not great, but he's good.
Cook too.
And then you got
Cook, the running back.
I was just gonna say you got Dalvin Cook running the ball.
Now
I'm kicking myself now for trading Cousins and Thielen.
Now the
I've been kicking myself for that trade,
where I knocked the Kinlaw deal, where the Niners drafted Kinlaw, I actually applaud the Kenneth Murray where they traded back up to get him. That one I think is a smart move. So I knocked him on their first. I like the Kenneth Murray.
I like Kenneth Murray. I just prefer Queen.
And then the Ruiz, I don't think you can't knock that one. That's I think a solid pick.
Nope.
Interior lineman. It'll help Kamara. It'll help hopefully keep Breeze healthy. Now the next pick, which was the receiver.
From Boston or Arizona.
Yeah.
Akayuk.
Yeah, that one.
He was rated high for receivers. He was one I was actually looking at because he was going to be a lower first rounder, if not early second rounder. So I knew I could get my hands on him, but I don't like him in San Francisco.
No, I think Debo's still going to be the number one guy there, and they run the ball too much for us. He could be solid, like okay solid, but I don't know. I don't know about like consistently like in a starting fantasy lineup.
Yeah. And Guy and I, you don't even have to bring up the Green Bay Packer. I don't want to talk about that one.
Jordan Brooks, I think there was better. I think I would have gone with Queen here instead, but
yes.
Let's go. If they really fell in love with Brooks and they had their own thought process, if he fits in their defensive scheme, then I guess you can't knock him. I don't know enough about the kid. Like I said, I think there was better linebackers out there at the time. It's not
probably one thing I've always learned from Madden is like when you always draft your own team on there a lot of times and try and get all the great players. The teams I've always been better with are just the teams I can put together that work together better. Just because they have all the top guys doesn't mean you're going to have the best team. But if you got the guys that all work together, that's when you get a winning team.
Yep.
And the Titans, they took the Isaiah Wilson, the tackle. We all pretty much figured that they were going to take offensive line there. I think they may have. I don't know much about the kid. I know he went to Georgia, was on the other side of Andrew Thomas. So obviously he's played in big games. So I'm not going to knock that one. I think it's probably going to, it's a solid pick. We're just going to skip over 30.
I want to say something about 30. I absolutely love that pick. It made no sense, but I loved it just because I like to hear Eric rant about how bad it was.
If Miami wasn't going to get Love, where I could like root him on and stuff, they can just self-destruct.
And then we got pick 31, which was Gladney to Minnesota. I like it because it replaces a need, definitely. Got the best player at that position at the time. And, the running back pick to Kansas City, I don't hate at all. I think it actually...
I don't hate it.
It makes the most sense. Actually, I think it's the best move for their offense and how they play football. Or how they run the ball and how they throw the ball.
Andy Reid has been around long enough. He knows what he wants on his team. That's what he wanted.
Look, could this be essentially the Chiefs' version of the Eagles' Sproles when he was in Philly?
Yep. It very well could be.
It's...
I can't not trust Andy Reid choices on his offense.
Right.
So
Look at running backs he's had. McCoy. Yeah. Obviously Kareem Hunt, even though everything that happened there was, that wasn't really a football-related situation, so you can't really. That's not.
Yeah. Westbrook.
Yep. Brian Westbrook. Obviously they had Sproles.
Did Deuce Staley play for him?
Yes.
But I'm trying to think if Reed was there when.
I think he was. I think he was there towards the end.
Oh no, that would have been the beginning of anything.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
But yeah, that's your first round. Like I said, I'm gonna give it a B plus.
I'll give it a B minus.
Yeah, I'm gonna say B minus. There were a lot of picks it didn't make sense to trade between Tampa and San Francisco made no sense. And then there were a lot of picks that I don't know.
So I just had this pop up from ESPN. Ryan Clark says he can't think of a more miserable mentor than Aaron Rodgers after Packers draft Jordan Love. So that's a good sign.
Yeah.
Well, who knows? Yeah, let's just hope that Aaron Rodgers proves everyone wrong. Maybe you know what? Maybe that's the kind of mentality that Aaron Rodgers needs to hear, because then he'll be like, well, you know, they think that, then screw it. You know what? I'm going to show this kid everything I need to.
I doubt
I
it.
know I doubt it too, but I'm just saying maybe that'll motivate Rodgers to actually help the kid. But well, it's 12:30. I think it's time to end the stream. We've been here for quite a while. I've enjoyed this actually. I hope you guys have.
It was fun.
It was a good time.
I wouldn't mind doing this tomorrow. I don't think I would do the entire thing. I would maybe consider just doing the second.
I wouldn't mind the second.
Yeah.
I just got to talk with my wife and just figure out as far as tomorrow, but I will let you guys know. I know Mark said he would be interested in joining us tomorrow as well if we do. So,
yeah, I think I know enough to like keep going through it the second round, so I could be of some assistance there or some sort of conversation. Beyond that, it's just going to be like, sure, might as well.
Right.
All right. Well, before we sign off, Guy, any final words you want to say to the people out there about this draft or anything else?
I hope Jeff Okuda is a lifetime Pro Bowl caliber corner because I wish it was Simmons instead.
Tony?
Go Chiefs.
I really have nothing.
Nothing?
No,
Herbert jersey's not on order?
No.
Nope.
Probably not.
Right along with my Tua jersey?
Yep.
Well, like I said, I wanted to thank Guy, and I want to thank the Mr. Monitor, Tony, for joining us. It's the fantasy commissioner, and we'll keep you informed if we're going to join you tomorrow. Again, stay safe out there, and take care, and enjoy the rest of your weekend. All right. Bye, guys.
See ya.
All right.